just homogenized rainbow. You take all the colors of the rainbow and you mix them together, you can end up with black actually.
Homogenize my rainbow.
I'm a homo rainbow homogenized.
Hello, friends. Host Eric here is talking with French people. Cameron's over there.
What's up, people?
Rachel's someplace nearby. She's upstairs. And we're doing a little streaming. A little bit of streaming. Thanks. I made it myself. No, I didn't really make this hat myself. But I nevertheless ask you today, what color is your rainbow? From now on, instead of one rainbow having multiple colors, every rainbow is going to have just one color. My hat says Heisenberg. Well, unfortunately, my chemistry knowledge does not.
There's a good quote from Eric Cartman from South Park. He's saying that he hates rainbows. Then Stan or Kyle says, "Rainbows? Oh, rainbows! No, I like those."
Huh. I don't know that quote. Um, anyway, my chemistry skills are so poor that I've given up on even making weed edibles. So, chances of me making meth are very small. I think meth is a lot more complicated to make even than weed edibles, which are too hard for me. So, I don't think I'm gonna be making any of that.
Eric, I'm seeing a new technique. You've got the silver spoon.
Yeah,
That's pretty Schroeder. You Ricky Schrodering your bong?
this is the ultimate drug spoon, dude.
It looks pretty cool. It's super classy.
Yeah, it came in the silver set, and it's perfect for bong rips.
Nice.
If this spoon were to be the perfect size drug spoon for like cocaine or something, it would be smaller. But
Okay.
for packing a joint and for packing bong rips, this is the perfect size.
You go right from your grinder to there. All right. So then you don't have weedy fingers.
Right.
Yeah. I've been figuring out weed-free finger systems for like, I guess for decades. I've been like this for, unfortunately, it's been a permanent thing.
Well, I'm not sure if I got the spoon out exactly for that purpose, but I got it out because there's a little scraper piece that comes with this grinder to scrape out the stuff.
Yeah.
And I didn't seem to work very well. It wasn't the right shape, so I got this little spoon out and I've fallen absolutely in love with it.
Hella classy. I'm sure it's exactly what was intended.
Yeah. Well, somebody was speculating yesterday on a stream that this is a ice cream sampling spoon.
Oh.
Or maybe just an ice cream eating spoon.
Huh.
It's not like for babies?
That's a possibility. I hypothesized it was for stirring coffee.
Ooh, that's
That's
maybe
probably
like it. Yeah. That seems like it.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it is intended for. I'm sure when grandmother ordered the silver set, she didn't write down 5 small drug spoons. So when I want to spoon with Rachel, does that mean we want to smoke a bong rip? It could mean that.
It could.
It could. It could mean that or regular spooning, either way.
It's hard to spoon with a bong though, because the whole like, are you vertical or you're horizontal? You don't want to go between horizontal and bong. That's more like smoking a pipe, smoking a joint. You could lay down and do that kind of.
Right.
That's the only kind of.
But I would say we do this kind of spooning a lot more than the other kind of spooning.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think we ever spoon, really. When we lie down together, we don't really lie down touching each other together, you know?
Yeah, we don't.
We're not very, hold me tight, you tiny dancer.
Yeah, we're not. We're more.
We like to each have our own spot on the bed. And then, even then, Rachel likes to go upstairs after I go to sleep. After we spend some time together in bed, but then she goes to sleep upstairs.
Yeah.
Where she doesn't have to worry about her FE. You know? She doesn't have to worry about whether her rolling around is bothering me, whether my rolling around is bothering her.
Whether the cats are making me hot.
Or preventing us from moving around.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if one of them slept upstairs. Like, I'm still, I gotta leave the door open more often.
Your flashlight just started blinking.
Oh yeah, my phone has the flash the light if I get a text function.
Oh.
So it sort of is distracting too.
Wasn't that like a thing though on older phones that they had, like, I think Burberry's?
I just found out that it existed, and since I got this case, it's like, I had a dark case before, so I had this function on for a long time, but now that I have the clear case, it's like all over the place. But I miss a bunch of texts and calls and things, so it's sort of a fine line that I'm writing.
Why do people mix up ESFPs for INFJs and vice versa? I mean, ESFPs might confuse themselves for INFJs because they think type is something they get to choose and be according to whether they like the adjectives or not. But I mean, I don't think anybody who knows anything about typology would confuse those two types for each other. And if it's a common occurrence, it's just proof of the sad state of typology and how little people understand it. The thing is, it's also the case that INFJs might be terrible at typing themselves. Because even though they're objective, they're used to that objectivity being looking externally.
Yeah.
So when it comes to self-reporting and stuff, like Rachel thought she was an ENFP or this or that because she didn't know what type she was. But it's very obvious to me, and I think to her as well now, and anybody who knows anything about typology and Rachel, that she's an INFJ. Email Anthrax. Why are you paying attention to what that idiot thinks? That is not a good way. Why can I not make this go?
I know, so strange.
That's not. Wait, was that the normal? It seems like it's still zoomed in.
I thought the other time it was normal, and
I think it's still zoomed in. Well, I mean, that's a mistake, Email Anthrax. In general, it's a good idea if you want to thoroughly research and understand a topic to access information by a lot of different people. In general, it's a good idea. It's not that way in typology.
no. Yeah, because like I I was basing extroversion based on the fact that like I liked to go out and do things with my friends. So like my compared to like when I was little and I was very shy, I wouldn't I wasn't as proactive.
Well, look, nobody's blaming you for watching whatever you want, email anthrax, obviously. But if you're asking questions like why do people confuse meow for meow, and what you really mean is why did C.S. Joseph say meow? The answer is because he's an idiot.
Yeah, you would think that if a person is charging $500 a pop, that they better be good. But there's a lot of scammers out there.
Is that what that dude charges? 500?
I'm not sure his exact price right now, but at some point it was that, I know.
Wow. Okay.
Well, and he believes that he's good at it somehow.
Well, I mean, he's probably evaluating his own skill based on the fact that he can charge that much money for it. So I say, I must be good because look how much money I can charge.
From what I've heard, people who pay more for things, like let's say you buy an $8 coffee. This is research from a while ago. Let's say you buy a $15 coffee, I'll call it nowadays. If your brain is being scanned at the time that you buy an $8 coffee, you get your zones light up like you're getting a better experience. Like you think you're getting a better thing. Like when Bailey buys coffee, he buys the $8 coffee. He thinks he's getting something more, and he feels better for it. So there's something to be said for the cognitive dissonance involved in overspending on something. Like once I overpaid for my North Face jacket, like this jacket's pimp, man. It's not just a dumb decision.
Yeah.
You have to like, oh no, I did the right thing.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
It is worth it.
Look at his prices. One-time payment, 15 minutes, $300.
Dude.
Summer sale, $237. 30 minutes for $500, and 45 minutes, $750.
What do people see in this guy?
I don't know. I mean,
A sensor appealing to sensors, maybe. I don't know if that's really.
he's got an
general.
authoritative tone or something.
I never liked him. Like, this was like 5 years ago. I started learning about the cognitive functions, and like barely, but still, I was looking at his system for compatibility stuff, and he was doing like ENFP with the other types, and he listed them like worst to best, and I'm like, what the hell is this? This is not. This is nowhere close to like accurate. I mean, yes, I was typing myself wrong, but
Hero Lamb, he's probably sort of telling the truth, but he's just referring to ad revenue. You don't make very much money off of just ad revenue. Like at most a couple $100 a month. Defensible typology is the only correct way to explicate typological matters. Okay? Now, what does that mean? It's nobody's system, but I'm the only one doing it correctly. Defensively, which means the claims you make typologically need to be operationalized with meaningful definitions. You need to be able to make meaningful distinctions, and you need to be able to back up what you're talking about with actual empirics, because you've typed a bunch of different people asking similar questions and get a range of different responses. You have to be smart, like me. You can't be a complete fucking idiot.
I'm surprised, Miss Fortune, that there's so many people that like find him to be correct.
The thing is, it's not like it's my system, right? I hate it when people call it like, what's your system? People don't have different systems. There's a central union concept of cognitive functions that was incorrectly laid out by Jung. And there's one overarching correct approach towards understanding it, which I'm talking about around here. But you might find other people say certain things that are correct, right? But because they're not coming at it from the right angle, that just causes so much confusion. Because the guy over here is saying one or two things about cognitive functions that are correct, but doesn't understand the whole big picture of it, and is saying a bunch of other shit that's incorrect. So somebody hears the correct thing and they go, "Oh, maybe this guy knows what he's talking about," and then they're really just full of shit. Like, and then there also are things like useful applications of typology that are good, like intertype relations by socionics, because they are appropriate things to describe rather than model, right? You describe the relationship between two different types, you don't model it. So socionics does a great job of talking about the intertype relations, right? And and it's understandable for somebody to go, well, socionics has got to have it right. But because they don't have the whole top-down thing correct, in other words, they don't start from the right place, they don't know whether they're modeling or taxonoming or describing, it's like they can't tell the difference between those verbs, you know? It leads to endless rabbit hole of pointless, frameless TI going on in sociology. For people to take it seriously, what they should require of it is that there are concrete things that I can ask to every single person, and it will produce a range of results that look like meow, and that there are clearly what you'd say it would be like a banded spectrum, you know? And that's what typing people with questions that are designed to correlate really strongly with cognitive functions with skills, right? Because the reason psychology is so hard in the first place is because in most every single way, people are open system. In other words, they learn, and psychology is constantly having to trick them with kinds of test questions that they don't know what the test questions are designed to test, because that will influence the impacts of that test too much, right? That's happening all the time in psychology. Cognitive functions is the holy grail. We have test questions that people can't game that link meaningfully to cognitive functions. Some, right? We have other ones that are consistently successful to anybody who's not studied like I say, there are virgins, non-virgins, and half virgins. People who don't know anything about typology at all, never heard of it. You ask them a set of questions, they're virgins. People who've heard about MBTI but don't know anything about defensible typology, those are half virgins. And people who watched a bunch of my typing sessions, those are non-virgins. You need questions that can reliably produce the same answers from each of those three groups. If you're going to have something that's empirically stout, right? That's stronger than anything else in psychology, because it actually links concretely to a specific empirical observable reality of any swath of tested demographic, you know? The thing is, what is critically important to locked down if you want it to be like approaching the seriousness of like physics kind of science instead of the half-assery of psychology, you know. You need you need to show the correlations like this. Whenever person Mia answers these kind of questions like this, they also answer these kind of questions like this. So it's like you need to hit the polars, basically. We don't have that locked down hard enough yet. It's people are very, very equipped to not be outsmarted, right? So you get, but you know, it's like you see somebody like Clubby ENTP. He's highly motivated to test out as an ENTP. Yet when I ask him TI questions, and the one chance I do, he seizes control of the conversation and shifts over to kind of talking about it in general without actually answering the question. And he runs from it like in terror. And there's a certain obviousness that he's an action type of some sort, right? So, regardless, that TI polar is reliable in the sense that people can't game it. They can't learn how to, if they allow themselves to be subjected to a thorough testing, they cannot learn how to answer those questions like a TI user if they're TI polar. It's just not possible. And other things that have that kind of solidity, possibly, would be a variety of kinds of TE questions. I haven't figured out quite how to ask TE questions yet that gives you that kind of solidity. But it's there. It's there for the taking, you know? NI is pretty promising in terms of the inability to collapse down extended things with distinguishing between minor details you should excise and major details you should maintain in order to keep the simple concept of an idea. That's a pretty promising polar test for NI. It's pretty reliable. ESTJs, ESFJs, they can't do it. So, you know, if and what the real work to be done now is really data science. You know, it's like I'd have to, if I wanted to seriously do the work, I'd have to go back through all these old typing sessions. I'd have to collect multiple instances where I ask questions more or less the same way, get the different possible answers, line them up with other questions that I asked to people and show you know what I'm saying. I have to do all that shit, and that'd be very time consuming and unpleasant, and I don't want to do that. If I typed in ENTJ, that was a very, very long time ago because I don't think of him as an ENFJ at all. I think of him as almost certainly an ENFP.
I want to get a toilet installed in my area. There are places that will ask you a series of questions. I can just use similar questions to what's already out there. In my own thing, but somebody else would have to do the computer part.
What did I do with my lavalier mic?
Is it in your Black & Decker box? Where you were bringing it today, right?
Yeah, but I think it's in a pocket of that jacket, maybe.
The gray one?
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to go look. I'm going to go look and find out. I mean, look, I do it one on one, or Rachel and I do it, but the way I do it is as honest as anything can possibly be. You know, I'm genuinely trying to figure out your type, and I have good reasons for concluding the type you are. I can explain it, and when allowed, I make it public so that other people can scrutinize it too. There's at least one person who literally says I get every single person I type wrong. Jeff Shaw comments that on every single typing I publish that I got him wrong. So my shit's being thrown out there when possible for other people to critique. Question for Angie, for example, would you be cordial and are yet easily annoyed but don't think you are? Um, that's not a bad description or statement or something, but you can't rely on that to type anybody. The thing is, you either want to allow cognitive function terms to be defined so that people can use them in the same way to check, prove, disprove, whatever something, or you don't want to use definitions that way. If you do want to use definitions that way, then you cite examples from a typing that are consistent with how you define those terms, and other people can check to see if, in fact, they're consistent with how you're defining those terms. If you don't want to use words that mean things precisely or that are useful intellectually, then you do things like you say, you make the mistake of going beyond dom and tool. After that, the waters are very muddy, which just implies that it's not possible to type somebody by looking at anything other than the dominant and tool function, even though all the other functions are merely the definitional necessities of the dominant and tool function. So in other words, because you have a dominant and tool function, you pay varying kinds of less than full attention with these other kinds of cognitive functions that are possible. So what he's doing there is trying to suggest that somehow understanding that dominant NE also looks exactly the same thing as SE8, that's another side of the appearance of dominant SE, of dominant NE. That's just insane. He's silly, and he's not meaning words to mean anything useful, right? What I've explained on multiple occasions is, in fact, dominant NE is the same thing as fifth slot NI, is the same thing as eighth slot SE, is the same thing as fourth slot SI. They're all different angles of looking at what a person who prioritizes extroverted intuition as their nature, as a function, looks like. Just as the tool function defines all of the other the remaining functions as well, in the same regard. You're looking at two cubes from different angles, okay? So, of course, it is very important to look not just at the face of the cube, but to look at the sides of the cube as well. But look, I am not here to get into a big cognitive function argument or anything, okay? That is not the purpose of today's live stream. The purpose of today's live stream is to help me, help you, help us, help ourselves to find out what color our rainbows are. My rainbow is mauve.
Ooh, mauve.
Mm-hmm. Rachel, what color is your rainbow?
I have to think about that. What about like chartreuse or turquoise?
Chartreuse or turquoise are very different colors.
Yeah, they are.
You are a fan of turquoise.
I am a fan of turquoise, so let's go with that.
Cameron, what color is your rainbow?
It's halfway silver, halfway mirage. I have a mirage colored rainbow.
Is mirage a color?
I just made that shit up.
I-
That's next level 3D chess.
I tell you what that is, Cameron. Is that was good extroverted intuition there.
Okay.
That was fine and dandy extroverted intuition. Half silver, half mirage. Mirage is a great name for a color.
But I liked your use of 3D
Thank you.
chess too.
Yeah, that was a
like,
good
from,
callback. That was a good
They
callback.
brought up 3D chess so many freaking times yesterday. It was
I
implanted in my
know.
brain to say it. And I owned a Mirage car, a Mitsubishi Mirage.
I enjoyed your comment, Ruben. Anyway,
What was it?
Cameron's too busy playing 3D chess to anticipate or worry about 4D chess.
4D chess.
You're playing 4D chess, but I'm playing 7-dimensional Go.
I was talking to Cameron yesterday about how there are like law of attraction people who say that like what? That there are law of attraction people who say that they can like manifest weather.
You can manifest weather.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, like basically like they say I look at the weather and I see that it's gonna rain. But you know what? It's not gonna rain in my area.
That's so dumb. How, like, why would they think they can control the weather with their wishful thinking?
Because they try to, they try to sell that by wishful thinking you can make anything happen.
Including the weather?
Yeah, including the weather, like really. And like she was also like, oh, I've never seen poverty before. Right.
What?
Yeah. She's like, you don't have to have a poverty mindset. It's just if you're around that thing, then you'll see it. But if you're not around it, then
Oh,
it doesn't exist
so
in
this is
your-
her dancing language of her ballet with words. Like, I've never seen poverty, don't think about poverty.
Yeah.
I've only
Yeah.
seen riches.
Right.
When I
Yeah.
see someone sleeping in the street, I see the riches they have for some bullshit.
I mean, that's such specious logic, right? Like, I'm not poor, and I never think about being poor. Therefore, people who are poor must just think about being poor
Yes,
too much.
that's absolutely what they mean. It's so insulting.
It's hilariously idiotic, is what it is. I mean, it is the quintessentialist example of specious reasoning. It's just ridiculous. Who would think those stupid things? What kind of idiot would think that? There. That's right. It's take out the trash time.
They do.
Would you like some more food?
They don't make absolute references. They will be like John.
There you go.
He would get people to get into mysticism through the Bible.
I have to pee.
Hey, Winston's mom.
What's up, Winston's mom? Am I seeing the Roy G. Biv there? Yep.
Roy G. Biv is classic.
It really helps if you're like a forgetful type to have stuff like Roy G. Biv, because I'm totally a forgetful type. If someone wanted me to tell them the colors of the rainbow, I'd be like, what? Jello?
I would, yeah.
Under stress, I wouldn't be able to think of it.
No, I use Roy G. Biv all the time cause like I'll arrange my stones that I have, and I'll do it in the order of the rainbow. But I'll be like Roy G. Biv, so red, orange, yellow.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that to have a sense of logic makes sense. You know, to think you're doing something logically, like then you could repeat your system somewhere else, and it would just be a natural thing to lay out. If you put stuff some other place, you do it that same way instead of thinking up a new way again.
Yeah, I used to think up other ways. I used to put blue first and then green, but that was because I didn't memorize Roy G. Biv at that point. But I do find that it's more harmonious when it is Roy G. Biv.
Oh, the way the colors line up? Yeah, they all line up nice that way. Yeah, it looks good. Winston's mom, we're totally having fun. What we're gonna do today, sneak peek, I'm gonna make some Indian food. I may make some 7-layer cookies.
Ooh.
We'll see. I mean, I'll take a Democratic vote, but it sounds like I'm already making them at this point then.
See how you feel, you know?
Yeah, I feel like making them.
Cool. Yeah.
I think Eric's gonna stream it maybe.
Yeah, he's gonna stream the steps.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's just going pee first. But Cameron has some food goodies for us.
Mm-hmm. I like to shop at Trader Joe's in the section that has Indian food and get whatever they have. So I've got whatever they have packets.
Honestly, when I wasn't vegan, but like, I didn't really eat that healthy there. I did.
Okay, the 7-layer cookies. I need to make up a Roy G. Biv for the 7-layer cookies because I'll start at the bottom. Graham crackers, which are I already ground them up in my blender in my Cuisinart. So it takes 1 package of graham crackers, turned into powder almost. 1 stick of butter melted. On top of that, you've got 1 cup chocolate chips, 1 cup butterscotch chips, 1 cup of walnuts, can of sweetened condensed milk, and the thing I'm only going to put on half of it is the coconut, because Eric doesn't want the coconut. But I think I got to 7 things.
I don't want the coconut either, so.
Oh, you know what? I can put it on like 1 strip, or not at all. You know, I've never done it without, but we could do it without. It'll work.
I don't want to monopolize it.
No, not at all. It's actually the top thing on it. So, yeah, I'll just not put that. It'll work.
So then, would that only make it 6 layers?
It'd be a 6-layer cookie.
Oh.
Yep. It's okay.
It sounds good though. It really sounds really good. Like those are things that I enjoy.
Oh yeah, my family's made that for my whole life, I guess. So, and when I moved out and stuff decades ago, I had to keep making the cookies.
That's so good.
I don't want to wait for Christmas for like 1 or 2 of the cookies. I want them cookies.
Good for you. Good for you for actually doing it. Like,
yeah.
I would make cookies with my mom for Christmas too. We had like a cookie exchange. My aunt has a cookie that she does like every year, but we always wait until Christmas.
I hate waiting till Christmas, and then like everyone's got their fingers in it. But my mom is she's she's obsessed with taking all of the cookies and wrapping them in foil and then in saran wrap and then in a bag and putting them in the freezer.
Really?
Like, the cookies aren't a thing to all pig out on. Like, oh no, you get like one cookie, she'll bring them out at lunch, she'll have like unfrozen, like 2 cookies or something. Like, would
Wow.
you like a cookie? And a cookie means like a cookie.
It
Although
actually
they're,
literally
they're
means egg
homemade,
cookie.
chunky, big old things, but yeah. My mom, I don't know what her type is, but my stepdad and I call her the controller.
That's so funny.
She is the controller.
She's the controller.
She knows what his friggin' blood chemistry is, and like, nope, you must not eat this, you must eat this, you know, like, he obeys.
Does he have diabetes?
Yeah, he has diabetes, which, when it got up to where, it mattered, then he had to switch up his diet entirely, and then it went down to where he's healthy. So instead of taking drugs that probably gonna suck, from the doctor, he's really annoyed when he eats. But my mom's really good at food science and nutrition and stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
I've done that before. I mean, in the bedroom.
Did you hurt yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, at the time I did, of course.
Are you okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Where did you hurt yourself? On your hand?
I think it was my head that hit it, or my arm. I was reaching up to get the vents, and I was standing on the bed, and then clunk. Hey, Keisha.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Yes.
I now have the lavalier mic on. And
His mom kicked butt at writing the whole recipe down and adding more things, which I think they already have almost shot by.
okay. Let's see. I'm going to make this go like this. I'm going to use this little Velcro strap. And I'm going to put this right here. Like so. There. Okay. I'm going to take the trash out here from the kitchen, and if Cameron, if you want to, I'll also clean this pan out. Do you ever going to need this pan?
I do not need the pan.
Okay.
I figured I'd use the microwave for all the Indian food.
Okay.
And, the oven for the 7-layer cookies.
Okay, so then I would just set the pan aside. I'm just going to take the kitchen trash out, and then we can live stream the making of the Indian food. Okay. I really need to vacuum. I have 3 words for you. Daddy long legs. We have excessive daddy long leg syndrome. And I need to vacuum them up. Daddy long legs is they're not very smart. It wouldn't be incorrect to call them dumb. They may be daddies. They may have long legs, but you can't rely on them for much. Oops, there you go, trash bag. I wish I could take this dumb sign off. ESFJs and their signs. Like, I don't even know how to take it off. Wait, maybe, I don't know. I can't figure out how to take it off, but why do you need to have a little sign on there? Like, you live at your house, you know what's behind that door.
You can go up there, right?
Yeah, I'll put them up there.
Oh my gosh, that doesn't really look it so dusty.
Yeah, so dusty, huh? Lead the way up here. And then, let me get a good camera view of all of the action for you.
I can chat with the people.
Okay,
We ready?
yes.
Alright, so people, although we have these Indian foods, we've got kichari. I don't know what kichari is, do you? Can you even read it?
Hearty traditional South Indian blend of grains, vegetables, and spices.
Thank you. Alright, so I've never had this. I don't know if it's good. We also have Madras lentils, which,
I've never had that. It is lentils and kidney beans in a creamy sauce of onions, tomatoes, and ginger.
sounds good. This is the one I always get, tikka vegetables, which I have 2 packets of, and this vegetables cooked with cashews and aromatic spices in a creamy tomato sauce.
Creamy tomato sauce.
Yeah. So what I think we should do though is first make the 7-layer cookies, and then while those are baking, make the Indian food.
Cool, yeah.
So what this will take is me just melting a little butter inside of my Pyrex dish. The Pyrex dish I chose has a lid, so once they're all baked, you close it in the lid and put it in the fridge.
Oh, nice.
So I'm gonna leave the mic over here while I okay, you've got butter. Will this thing fit in the microwave?
Maybe.
Because if this fits in the microwave,
And you have a lot of cable on that mic.
okay, cool. I didn't want to do anything bad, knock over any beers. So if this fits in here, then yeah, we're melting butter right in there. Cool.
Sweet. Is that enough, or do you need a full stick?
Oh yeah, this is a full stick. This is the exact amount.
Oh, really?
Full stick, yeah. And then all the ingredients are 1 cup.
It sounded like some pretty not hard to make cookies.
We want it not to be difficult. It's not one of those get 2/3 of a shilling and 1/8 teaspoon of stuff. Nope, none of that. Simple. And what I think I'll do is I will chop that butter a few times. If you do have a butter chopping. Ooh, you have the cool little
Butter knife.
The butter knife.
That's pretty sweet right there. We're cutting butter with class.
All right, go ahead and timestamp this for butter cutting highlights.
Either of you ever eat butter chunks?
I mean, we
yep.
did recently when we made can of butter, and it's gross.
Yeah, just eating straight up butter, it's kind of like, yeah, it's a little too much.
kind of hard to shake down.
I like, if it's sweet cream butter, I get a little bit more like whipped too. Like,
Whipped butter's good.
yeah,
Yeah, I wonder if they put a little sugar in that whipped butter.
they do.
Yeah, that's good. For sure. Okay. This we don't need anymore, so it goes in the mouth. See?
Dat boy class asks, are you two the same height?
No.
Me and Cameron,
Yes, I think so.
that goes in the sink.
Yeah.
You have enough cord.
Yeah.
There's a lot of.
You don't want my saliva knife sitting on the counter?
All right, let's see what the next ingredients are.
All right, I'm gonna lay out the ingredients here. This here is 1 box of graham crackers ground up in my Cuisinart. The butter looks like it's happy enough.
Ground
Going
in
back
the
and forth.
squeeze.
Yep, we've got graham crackers, walnuts ground up, cup of butterscotch chips. No, I brought the wrong bag, but it's not as many butterscotch chips as it should be. Cup of chocolate chips. And we're gonna omit the cup of coconut.
I really ground that out though. I can't believe it.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking it was gonna be chunks. Really fine.
The Cuisinart works really good. It's also how I make hummus. Grind up those chickpeas and all the other good stuff. It's kind of shooting at this point, so I'm gonna not let it shoot. Oh, the other thing. I need to turn the oven on, and
What temperature you want?
I'm gonna call my mom. We're phoning a friend,
Okay.
cause you know I don't remember.
I bet you it's 400.
It's probably like 400 for,
375.
you know, I don't know. I never remember. Or we can go on the internet. It's better this way.
Cam,
Yeah.
I'm just checking out self-check at Walmart. Can I call
Oh.
you back in a few minutes?
Yeah, unless you can just tell me temperature for 7-layer cookies.
Oh, probably 350,
Okay.
325. Just don't let it burn
Yeah.
on the top.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. I'll call her back for how long later? 325 or 350? Folks at
I
home,
was
you
wrong.
know.
I said 400.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong too though. I said 375.
My mom makes Indian food. She makes
Really?
this potato pea thing with spices that's so delicious. So she's really like a good food resource. So right now, graham crackers going into melted butter.
Graham crackers.
Graham crackers.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be your hype man.
Yes, you should be.
Sprinkling them grams.
Seven's my favorite number, so I
Mm.
really like these cookies already.
The other cookies I've made a lot of, you guys would hate, which are macaroons, which are all coconut.
Yeah.
But I do mix peanut butter into them so they taste even better. But if you're not into coconut, you definitely would not like my macaroons.
The butter of a legume. Look at this gentle petting. You have to use this gentle petting motion. Gently pat your graham crackers into the meow.
Looks good. Looks totally good.
Looks good. All right. All done.
Shia LaBeouf apparently
Yeah.
says at Mr. Bobby, yo, what's up? I'm here trying to find out my type. My people told me about Eric.
Put that closer to the top.
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, Shia.
I'm very confident that that's not Shia LaBeouf.
Wait, people can put any name on their
Yeah.
YouTube account?
Yeah, did you hear about that? with
What?
Twitter.
No.
So once Elon Musk bought it,
Okay.
he made a feature so that you can spend a certain amount of months for a subscription, and then you automatically get a check by your name saying it's official.
Okay.
So, like, thousands of people were using fake accounts and just paying to get the check next to their name.
And
so,
then
like,
it's official.
Celebrities have been like faked
Oh.
out. Yeah.
That's not good for a lot of people. Wow.
No, for a lot of people.
Not cool. But did that help Elon in some sort of way? Oh, economically, I guess, because he got more money. People paid for a thing. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
He thought that, oh, yeah, you know, the cool thing is to get the official check by your name, but
Folks at home, I brought the wrong amount of butterscotch chips. It is what it is. This ought to be the right amount of chocolate chips. I don't know, I might have brought the wrong amount of everything. It doesn't seem like a lot. Or maybe I brought too big a pan. I don't know. We're rolling with it. Next is the chopped walnuts.
Eric, your email, and he will contact you for his services.
Chopped walnuts. This really looks like it's the cup of chopped walnuts. We're omitting the coconut. Okay, I have a can of sweetened condensed milk somewhere. Can I leave you this for one moment?
Sure. Hello. Everybody here, you better be paying attention because the stuff is real and it's big and important. Cam's back. He's got the sweetened condensed milk. Is that what it is?
Condensed milk. What's the next step? Thank you. There's a turkey. Oh, and there's trouble right there. There's a little cute kitty who's
just walking right over there.
Okay, it says missed call. Did she call me back? I don't think that happened. Okay. All right, so folks at home, 1 can of sweetened condensed milk.
Okay. Let me take the mic back and I'll do play.
Go right ahead.
for you.
Sure. Now,
Work less encumbered this way too.
The super bonus of being around someone make these cookies is the sweetened condensed milk lid. Do you guys want to lick the lid?
No, that's so gross.
You don't like it? It's so good.
No, thank you. So Cameron is now pouring
I'll pour so they can see this part.
a can full of goo.
Resistant goo.
Look at the goo pour.
I've never seen this before.
It usually pours quicker.
This is a real life, up close and personal goo pour for your viewing enjoyment. You can see the goo. It's pouring with a great deal of slowness.
It's taking its time.
It's not in any hurry. It says, hey, I spent a long time inside this can now. I can stay in here a little longer.
All you're gonna do is cook me for an unknown amount of time.
You don't know how long to cook them for?
I think I'll call her back.
Probably a good
I
idea.
don't want to bug her with multiple questions at this point. But I will call back.
What are you gonna ask her?
How long to cook it for?
Oh yeah, that's clutch information too.
It is. And you know, if you do 40 minutes instead of 20 minutes, you're going to screw it up.
Now, I would say this qualifies as parfait style cooking making.
Well, it's bars. You know, to call them cookies isn't really accurate.
They're bars.
They're bars. Call it 7-layer bars. It doesn't sound as good. It sounds like a prison. This sounds like a cookie.
As you can see, Cameron's not trying to rush it. He's just taking his time. He's letting the goo come out at the rate the goo wants to come out.
The goo can't be rushed,
Yeah, you can't rush the goo.
nor can the cooking time. You can't just put it at 500 degrees.
For
'cause
1
you're going
minute.
out soon. You also can't cook while you go away.
Cook it at 1200 degrees for 1 minute.
I like that. Get my oxyacetylene torch. We're making fries.
I think like the Jewish people made matzah because it doesn't have to rise or something because they had to move fast from where they were.
I think it's because I hadn't discovered yeast.
They hadn't discovered yeast, then that's the main thing of rising.
Or is it because they didn't have the leavening agent when they were like crossing the desert?
I'm not really sure what it was. I can't remember at this moment.
Maybe they were just lazy.
That's what Kara always says.
And that's why the bread.
I'm kidding.
I don't know. I have no idea. Is that why they? I'm gonna pile onto Kara's. Is that why they become lawyers and doctors? Because there are other people who do the dirty work.
I don't know. Being a doctor is kind of dirty work, really.
It is.
It is kind
I
of
think
gross.
that nurses should get paid more though than they do.
Well, they get paid plenty. The healthcare system is full of poo.
Is it?
What?
It's full of evil.
You think those people at Mercy Medical Center should have been paid more?
No, not at all. God damn.
How about the people at that horrible
You're
place on
right.
Del Mar?
You're right. That's true.
The only doctor who earns his money is Dr. Ingram.
And he really does.
I think that people who go into medicine go into it with a good heart, but I think that once you get in there, you're all of a sudden in a system where you damn well better fit in and do what they say. You're not going to be able to say, I want to be a doctor who doesn't give out, bad advice or whatever.
Can't really make mistakes.
If you don't go by the book and something goes wrong, you're liable.
Yeah. You lose your license, right? Or whatever.
Or you get sued for malpractice or whatever.
Yeah, sue for malpractice. That's right.
So it's better to lie and not admit your mistakes if you're a doctor, because you don't want to pay out malpractice.
That's malpractice in itself. I think if they were to lie, that's.
Well, the point is that they go by the book, even when it may not be a good idea to,
They do.
because it's defensible, because they're not being creative at all,
All right, this is taking long enough.
No, they
I
can't
think
be
I'm gonna
creative.
go.
I was just going to say, nobody, when we began that goo pour, when we first began that goo pour, nobody anticipated that it was going to take that long.
No, I didn't expect poop.
I'd like to know the timestamp. Thank you very much. But yeah, it normally just pours right out. It's like a different sort of viscosity of goop.
Mm-hmm.
So, don't think that just because you're making bars instead of cookies that everything's going to go smoothly. That's when disaster strikes.
It's like when you find a finger in your hot dog, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, this is trash.
And when the restaurateur tells you, well, at least it wasn't a middle finger, it's little consolation.
So, I think I'll let the oven do its preheating thing for a little while longer.
It'll tell you how long it is done.
Does it say it?
It's done,
Oh,
because
okay.
otherwise it would be counting down.
Cool. Okay, look, I got a voicemail.
325 on a glass pan. Should be all right either way, as long as the people aren't on it. Okay, bye, good luck. Yeah.
Once more.
She said 325 in a glass pan.
350 in a metal pan and 325 in a glass pan. But should be all right either way, as long as the people aren't on it. Okay, bye, good luck. Yeah.
So you might want to turn it down to 325.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that, and we'll oh, there we go.
Is that all the layers?
That's all the layers, no coconut, so that's it for now. Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna go in. It's all gonna
So these.
sort of level itself.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, is it a super bad time to ask you a question?
No, it's not. We're in the car driving around and around trying to find a way to Trader Joe's to our way blocked from Walmart with a police car across the street. So,
Okay.
yes, what's up?
What approximate length of time do you think it would take? I have the glass Pyrex pan that looks like, what is this, maybe 9 by
16?
16 or something-ish?
I don't remember exactly. I would just kind of keep looking at it, I mean,
Yeah.
there will be a recipe online. That is such a common recipe.
Mm-hmm.
If you just look up 7-layer cookies, on any number of sites, I think would have. That might be 25 minutes. It might be 35 or 40. You just.
Okay, I'll go Google this. Okay, I'm gonna Google it. So, seven layer bar recipe.
I mean, 15 sounds like way too short. So, if you're like at least the number of 25, that sounds not reasonable.
Cookies, so like my mom would always say that cooking is easier than baking because baking has more science in it.
Yeah, and the good thing about this, it really isn't necessarily baking because there's no leavening, there's no raw
Yeah.
anything. Oh, so now, yeah, okay, now I'm making
It says 25 to 30 minutes at 350 in a metal pan in this recipe.
All right, well, I'll be looking at it at, 20, 25 minutes.
Okay, there's a timer on the oven if you want to use it.
Cool.
So yes, I did find it.
I gave out the information how to get in contact with you for a typing session.
Oh, cool. I mean, it's in the it's in the description of the video. There's a link. It says right there, like, to book a typing session.
That's easy enough.
Yeah.
All right, Eric, I'm going to put the Indian food in the bowls.
Okay. I'm going to stay over here and we'll just have strommed the cookies, but not the Indian food.
Sounds good.
Where did I leave my drink? I had an iced tea.
Oh, it's on the table.
Is this my drink?
No,
On that table in there. Okay.
Okay, so I have this idea. I take the dolmas and I put them 3 ways in each bowl, and then I put the food around each one so it doesn't mix as much. Do you guys want warm dolmas in between your?
What are dolmas?
Dolmas are stuffed grape leaves.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Try it. It's not my normal kind of food. You left all your stuff here too.
Yes.
Well, if you don't like it, I'm sure we would totally eat it if you want to.
Okay, well, I don't know. I'll try it. See how it is. Maybe I'll like it. So we took the little wilderness car out today. We made it all the way to Sweetwater Mine. And I walked up to this spring. This water just coming right up out of the ground. You could see I got a video of it. I'll put it up later or something. But you can see this coming straight up out of the sand. And it was like back in this little crevasse or whatever. And there was a big hill, but there was no water coming down the hill. It was just all coming straight out of the ground. Fresh spring water. Made a little creek that went down and crossed the road and went down to the main Sweetwater Creek. We got yelled at today. That was kind of traumatic. I went the wrong way. And
It was traumatic because anytime we saw private or keep out written on the trees, I was like, oh no, we shouldn't be going this way.
yeah, I know. This lady coming after us with this quad and yelling at us that we're on private property. And I explained, look, I didn't know, man. I thought I was on the the Sweetwater Creek Mine Road. It's not really clear when you get to the split in the road. And the thing is, there's all kinds of private property signs around on both sides of the road in various places. They say this property on this side of the road is private property, property on this side of the road is private property, but the road is not, you know? So it the signs that said private property, I, I interpreted to mean on that side of the road, you know, but it meant the road from this point forward is now my driveway and not the road, you know. Anyway, it was not that big of a deal, but it was, like I said, a little traumatic. She was all mad at us. But I just said, I'm sorry we made a mistake, you know.
Yeah, you were sincere.
So then we got all the way to the mine, and we additionally decided we were going to try to get back to our house through. You can go around all the way through from. So we went in down there. We went in down there, Jersey-Dale Road, and Jersey-Dale Road should go all the way through to Heights Cove, so we come back this way. But we've not been able to get through. There were multiple places that were blocked by a log. We didn't bring the chainsaw with us. We haven't cranked that thing up yet. You know, those things are dangerous, so I want to make sure I know what I'm doing before I start hacking at things. Let me see what's going on in the old Chatteroo. We're going to pop it out and look it up and see what's happening. Yeah.
Don't forget to get off Top Chat.
There. Okay. Adversity has a way of introducing a man to himself.
I was responding to something else.
Yeah, that's a great paper towel roll thing for sure.
Is it not just insanely a coincidence that Cam and my husband are both ISTJs at mountain bike? I mean, I would call it less than an insane coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's not that surprising. A teaspoon of condensed sweetened milk in Cuban coffee is the best. We tried putting condensed milk in our coffee, remember?
Yeah, we did.
And it was gross.
Yeah.
But maybe we didn't get sweetened condensed, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of clips on it in YouTube. There's like twists in it, but like too many twists, and I don't know. People were all saying they weren't sure what accent Harry Styles was doing. What movie are you talking about?
I don't know that. I don't know the name. I can't remember it. It's like.
I predict, said Mr. Bobby, that the new Indiana Jones is going to suck, and now people are going to appreciate the Indiana Jones with Shia LaBeouf a lot more. I don't think I saw that. Insider says LaBeouf's lowest rated film is Dumb and Dumberer When Harry Met Lloyd. So what wasn't the right fit?
Let me get.
Are you happy you didn't work with Olivia Wilde?
I think.
Who?
Don't Worry, Darling is what it's called.
Show Media has a correction issue. Cameron is currently cooking Indian food. In the kitchen. And we are sitting in here. Earlier, I made lunch, so it's not like it's unfair. Show Media wishes to issue a correction. Lou DeFay, Ruben R., and Club T.I. Polar were all standing up during their typing session. Well, that's good of you to issue that important correction.
That is.
Who is, I can't even picture what Shia LaBeouf looks like.
He was on Even Stevens. I will.
The name I recognize. It sounds familiar. My old eyes, old eyes, old eyes. My old eyes, old eyes, old eyes. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. My old eyes. Yeah, I recognize him, but I still can't think of if anything he's been in that I've seen, really.
Transformers?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I saw Transformers. He was the main guy in Transformers.
Yeah.
I remember him. He's kind of a cross between Tobey Maguire and the guy who plays James Bond.
Daniel Craig?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. That actually is a really good mashup.
He's a cross between Tobey Maguire and Daniel Craig. Why do you think Shia LaBeouf's an idiot, Michelle White? I don't know enough about him to have any idea why one might think that even. But why do you think that?
People have typed him as an ENFP on like certain pages, but I don't know.
I'm just curious why Michelle White thinks he's an idiot.
I don't know.
Because I don't know of any reputation or anything about it. I don't have any sense of like a background of celebrity gossip to link to him that I can think of. You know, I don't know anything about him. Does he have like strong political views or something? That would normally be what would cause somebody to say that, I think. You know what, Rachel? I think maybe he's more a cross between Joaquin Phoenix and Tobey Maguire. I think that's a better description of him. He's a cross between Joaquin Phoenix and Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire and Joaquin Phoenix had a baby, and his name was Shia LaBeouf. Yeah, I think Joaquin and Toby would make a cute couple. They'd always fight about how much Toby wanted to play poker. Toby, can your attention just today be on Joaquin, not on the poker game? Can we make tonight about me? Can we make this a Joaquin night, please? But I'm going out on a yacht with Leonardo DiCaprio tonight. Toby! It's supposed to be Joaquin and Toby Tuesday. We discussed this last week. Leo is not invited. Well, I mean, actually, you're not invited to the yacht party, Joaquin. And you're going to out me? Well, it's going to be fun, you know? And you can't even get me on board? I tried. They said, no, we don't want Joaquin in there. Sorry, dude. And that's what it would be like if Joaquin Phoenix and Tobey Maguire were dating. That's what it would be like. I could see maybe Shia LaBeouf coming between them. Maybe he's the reason they don't work out ultimately as a couple. Hello, Shia. It's Joaquin. Yeah, well, he did it again. Well, he just went off and went to our yacht party without me. And it was supposed to be our night to have tacos. And Shia is very comforting, you know. Hey, it's okay, buddy. It's all right, you know. Why don't I come over? I don't know how to make tacos, but I make a mean spaghetti. Oh, all right, I guess, says Joaquin. Then Shia comes over, and he's got on a big fake Italian mustache. And he says, Mamma mia, I'm here with the spaghetti. And Joaquin is wipes away his tears, he's laughing. Oh, Shia, you always know how to cheer me up. Then they make sweet, sweet love on the couch. They're sleeping there when, guess who comes home early? Tobey Maguire. And he's like, what are you doing? And Joaquin's like, Toby, it's there. Oh, and he just breaks down. And Shia LaBeouf says, sorry, you didn't love him right. He's mine now. And Tobey Maguire says, well, let's play a game of poker to see who gets to keep Joaquin Phoenix. And Joaquin Phoenix says, I am not a poker chip. And that's how it goes. Finally, Tommy Wire is kicked out, goes to live with Leo DiCaprio on a yacht. Until, much to everyone's dismay, Shia LaBeouf gets really into poker. And what happened with Toby repeats again for Joaquin. And that's the story of Joaquin Phoenix's doomed love life in Hollywood.
Weed, like, not with any passion, now. Not like me, that's for sure.
You can't just smoke weed. You've got to smoke weed with passion.
You've gotta not give a fuck, you've gotta not listen to some,
You got to say, hey, authority, screw you.
go get me a Pepsi, authority. Leave me alone, I will figure this out.
Food smells good.
Oh yeah, so the food's on the table, it's just pretty hot, so even if you went there to eat it, you might burn yourself, so feel free to
Okay,
smoke bongs before.
I'll pull a bong rip first and then we'll go to the table. Is Cam's TE bothering Eric? No, not at all. Cam's TE is just doing great things like cooking dinner right now. And I appreciate when he comes up here because I consult him about certain ideas, whether I could do it myself. Like, for example, I got a pressure washer because I want to strip the paint off these things. But Cameron pointed out, and I probably wouldn't have thought about it till I had already broken it, that if I squirt the pressure washer at this one curlicue part where the paint's coming off, it's going to break the curlicue part. That's extremely useful. To have Cameron warn me, don't do that before I do it. It's nice to consult with him before I do things because that way I break fewer things. And I'm less likely to hurt myself.
That's a big plus.
But yeah, we took a couple of wilderness car trips. When Cameron got here yesterday, we went out in the evening, and that was pleasant. And today was more of a journey because I couldn't make it back through, so we had to turn around and go back. But the way back out was a lot faster than coming in. I just focused on following the road back out. So I got near the end, had this fear that somehow we were going to come out at the top of that lady's property. And
Where their opium poppy fields are.
somehow I'd made a wrong turn and we're going to come down that road we were going up from the other side, and the lady was going to really yell at us again,
Yeah.
But fortunately, we avoided that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm hungry, so
Yeah, we can eat. It's edible.
let's go eat.
There's one place setting where I touched the fork, so I will show you which one that is. Okay, sit wherever you want.
Okay,
Don't use this fork.
I will sit back here
I'm
in
gonna
the corner.
switch my bowl and then I will. They're all the same.
So, take this fork. And what we have here is food from the exotic continent of India.
Cutlass of India?
Subcontinent. I said the exotic subcontinent of India.
Oh.
Let's try it.
So 1 out of the 3 I get all the time. The other 2, who knows? Hopefully they're awesome.
Mmm. It tastes like a trip to the Taj Mahal.
Ooh, that's a good thing.
I'll move this over here.
Yeah, that's not bad. The yellow one, new and fine, sort of spicy.
There.
Look at that.
What's up, people? There's more of each thing. If you guys want more after this,
Okay.
it's just not heated up.
Good.
That is good.
Cool.
Get these at Trader Joe's?
Everything in there is from Trader Joe's. Yeah.
Trader Joe's is quite a good store.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have one around us.
It's a challenge. I wouldn't say I eat half my food from there, but like frozen food, they have really good frozen, all random things. They got these things called bird's nests, which are like diced up vegetables in a batter, and they're already cooked, but you just put them in the oven for 20 minutes or so. It's kind of like a really good appetizer you'd get from like a Chinese food restaurant.
Yum.
It's
I
really
used to
good.
have, they had, not in the packets, but in the microwave, white microwavable kind of tikka masala.
Oh
Oh my gosh,
I get that. Yeah.
so good.
Rachel used to work at Trader Joe's.
That was the coolest place that I've ever worked
She demonstrated those skills the other day at the supermarket.
at. Yeah, we were trained quickly.
We had a very full basket of groceries, and the lady was, they were, was scanning them. They were piling up over there. Rachel just busted into action and went there and started
Thanks, I'm glad you
like a
did it.
beast.
I try to help, I feel for them. It's like, at Trader Joe's, they try to have like a little bit overstaffed because it's so busy. And so if you have a long line, there are usually like 2, maybe 3 of this really busy baggers who just maintain the bags amount and stuffs the bags with things because the lines get busy.
Yep. I like the people at the Pioneer Market.
I do too.
Seems like a nice market. Nice people.
They are nice people. And there's a lot of like young kids who like work there too. And it seems like it's like they're like they care about their job. Cool.
Yeah, they try to do a good job.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like if you work at a place like that, it's such a small community that if someone didn't care about it, they wouldn't even get the job in the first place. There'd be enough people who have like a local connection or something.
I wonder if they get extra help around like the summer.
Maybe. One thing we discovered today, we got to this place called the Platform. From the platform, you can go one direction, takes Jersey-Dale Road back out to Scott Road, where we went in. One direction goes to Highway 140. So we can drive in the little wilderness car all the way from our house to Highway 140. The problem is, of course, I don't know what we would do. Yeah, it's like
Is there anything right there?
there may be roads that continue on the other side of the highway,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but
Yeah, if you had to go on the highway, that'd be pretty annoying.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some backcountry way to get to Yosemite from here. You might have to come out and briefly get on the highway or something, but I bet there's some way that you can get very close to the park from here. It's really surprising when you look at it on the map because it feels like, because we first came in here via Dara Road, that we're below Mariposa town. But we're well above Mariposa town. We're a lot closer to Yosemite than Mariposa town is.
I always try to figure out where, like, how people get to Yosemite.
Oh, well, they either go where we went yesterday, that's right near the south entrance to Yosemite. Well, not yesterday, 2 days ago. Or they go, when we come out Triangle Road up there, if you go right, that's to the north, the other entrance of Yosemite. We, of course, have not been to Yosemite. We live right here.
cool right
We've
here.
never been to Yosemite.
Yeah, I don't know. You've got time to go to Yosemite.
Yeah. Boy, that canceled wedding fair was a big disappointment
Yeah.
Man,
because
you could have got a lot of.
I expected to have 2 things checked off my list in one outing.
Mm-hmm.
Florist and cake. And then I left with no things checked off my list except cornhole.
Damn.
I didn't even play any cornhole. I just looked at cornhole things.
And Sherry randomly placed some of them stacked, some in circles, some like right next to each other.
But we had a nice lunch.
Yeah.
And the drive was pleasant. We got to see part of Mariposa we've never seen before.
Yeah.
If you were to just go as the crow flies, we're kind of smack in the middle between Mid Pines and Fish Camp. And like, I got to get a little map of these little back roads because signage is not great. It's like they were just signing. We got to the platform, said Mount Feliciana, 1 mile that way. You go that way, it's like you could go that way, you could go that way, you could go that way. I'm not sure which way it's really pointing. There's like workaround roads for where the main road has a as a log crossing it sometimes. Like today we were going down the gravel, which should have been Jersey-Dale Road, and then there's a big log crossing it. So we backed up. There was an impromptu made workaround road over this little hill that we went on, and we got back to the main road.
You guys gonna want more?
I'm
There's
good.
more of.
I'm good, thank you. This was delicious. I'm not done yet, but I'm gonna eat it all. It was fucking delicious.
I guess what I'll do, I'll try to, I'll fold it over and I'll put it in the fridge. It'll be good for a meal for tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, it feels great.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, it is good, right?
you know, it's nice. I'll make sure not to hit that thing.
It's just right. Yeah, it works.
I've been in a classroom before. You know how technology arose over the years to having like video projectors everywhere, computers everywhere?
Yeah.
I've seen kids trip over a wire, knock like $1,500 video projector, smash right on the ground because the ways they give you all this technology, but they give you no safe way at first 20 years ago to set it up. Now they've got it already in the ceiling with it, you know, hardwired, so you don't have stuff on the floor you can trip over with those crappy carpets and vinyl things. And,
Well, I may end up getting a cordless lavalier mic. I don't know what made me want to get this one. And, you know, I knew it was corded. I thought, well, it's got a long cord. That's good.
mm-hmm.
But cordless would be better. The previous one, you'd given me one. It didn't work with my phone.
Sure, yeah.
So maybe I was a little skittish of that another cordless one was also not going to work with my phone.
Mm-hmm. So the 7-layer cookies minus 1 layer, they look different than I've ever seen because they don't have the coconut layer, which browns on top. So it's like the goo layer on top, and I think it'll still taste pretty darn good, but will not look like the magazine pictures of the typical one.
That's okay.
I eat food with my mouth, not with my eyes.
Well, then this is for you.
That had just the right amount of little bit of spiciness to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess, are we gonna have, you wanna wait a little bit for dessert?
Yeah, we gotta let it set for at least like
All right,
20
cool.
minutes or something.
So then, I think what I'll do, when Rachel's done at the sink here, is I'll make a fresh pot of coffee, and then I will do a little vacuuming before dessert. Because, again, 3 words have been dominating our conversation the last, I don't know, week or so. And those 3 words are daddy long legs.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Well, if there are any rooms that, like, I could put the robot vacuum in here. It won't do anything bad in here.
No, I'll get it
Just
with
do
the,
all your thing.
I'll just use the thing.
Okay.
I like using that thing, and it's pretty efficient.
Fair enough.
I can reach up and get things on counters, and you know. It's been a while since I vacuumed anyway. I need to vacuum. Alright.
Oh, I think all that's
Oh, is it clean?
clean. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pull, there was one thing that I put in there, but I know what it is, so I'll just pull it right.
Okay.
I'll do these in.
Alright, so maybe while I vacuum, you can empty the dishwasher?
Yeah.
Or it looks like Cameron's starting to do it. Or,
I got it.
I'll throw these.
Can you grab me a paper towel when you get a chance?
Here you go. So have you gotten to experience this paper towel dispenser, Cameron?
Oh yeah, that's awesome. I give it a 5-star YouTube review.
For everybody at home too. Look, This kind of paper towel dispenser is so good, I can pull one towel off one-handed every time.
Properly calibrated system. Really, yeah.
Like, how fantastic is that, right? How many of you enjoy that kind of paper towel freedom in your own home that I enjoy? And you know what? It's not an expensive thing. I don't remember how much it cost, but it wasn't very expensive. So, and our previous paper towel holder situation was miserable. It's as bad as it could possibly get. Like, how those people lived with that horrible paper towel dispenser for such a long time. Remember how horrible that paper towel dispenser was, Rachel?
It is.
The one that came with the house is this thing right here. And it was like super difficult to replace paper towels. It was just a nightmare. It was terrible. This paper towel dispenser that we have now is what you might call the glory of TE. When TE is properly executed, you just say, Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Because what you need a paper towel dispenser to do is exactly what this one lets you do. You need a paper towel dispenser that lets you get paper towels one-handed. Using two hands to get a paper towel is for chumps. Okay? So, you don't want to be a chump and have to use two hands to get a paper towel. Instead, you want to be a hero and use just one hand. All right. I'm going to take off the lavalier mic now. I don't know what brand of paper towel dispenser that is. It's just something I got on Amazon. I got mad at the other paper towel dispenser for being so shitty, and I Googled, like, good paper towel dispenser, or something like that. Good kind of paper towel dispenser. And I got that on Amazon. It's got suction cups on the bottom, and if you get them wet and push them down, they'll stay right where it is. But you can move it. You can undo the suction cups if you wanted to, you know. And when it comes time to replace the paper towels, you just unscrew that top knob thing. And, well, I usually just cut off the brown part, but you can pull that up over it then. And then you just put the new one down on top. And then you screw that top back on. So, this is not what I'm doing. Eric forgets what he's doing. What I am doing is this. You say vacuum, I say vacuum. Okay. I'm going to start off with this bad boy as the attachment. So I'll put that onto there like that. Then I'll pull this out of here. Like that. I'll close this door. Now, I will make this go meow. And then get this part and put it into the hole. Okay. Now, it's time for you to observe the very satisfying sight of something needing vacuuming getting vacuumed. Okay. And then this way, get all of this crap. We're really scouting now. We're scouting at the best of them. I don't care how long your legs are, Daddy. You still have to go outside. Otherwise, I get vacuum up your corpses all the time. Daddy long legs. Quite a fancy name for such a stupid bug. Daddy Longlegs should be renamed Terrible Flying Idiots. They're bad at flying. They can't tell inside from outside. No good comes from inviting Daddy Longlegs to your party. I get it, they eat mosquitoes, but I think they hardly eat any of them. they're so incompetent, you know? They're possibly the insect world's least competent representative. It's like, have you ever tried to catch a daddy longlegs? Could anything be easier? Like other things that fly, it's hard to catch a fly, you know. You're not gonna just reach out with your hand and grab a fly out of the air. That's gonna be unlikely to happen, right? Daddy longlegs, you can catch them so easily. Why? Because they're dumb and just incompetent bugs. You know, they say God doesn't make no mistakes, but the jury's still out when it comes to daddy longlegs. I'll tell you this much, if my daddy were a daddy longlegs, we would not be living in this nice house. We'd be just bumping into a light bulb over and over again. Okay, just when you thought the vacuum and excitement couldn't get any more exciting, we have reached the foyer, the land perhaps most in need of vacuuming. Oh yeah, that's good juicy vacuuming. Just watch and enjoy the vacuuming. You know, there's no business like vacuuming. As that song says, there's no business like vacuuming. Vacuuming is widely understood to be the sexiest of the chores. Because, of course, it involves the most sucking. none of the other chores that I might do involve any sucking at all. But vacuuming is almost entirely sucking. Oh yeah. That's good vacuum. So do you want to see what this is, Rachel?
What?
Do you want to look at and see what this is?
Yeah,
Alright, so I have vacuumed the foyer. Let me move the tube over here now to vacuum in there. I'll carry it in if you want me to.
okay.
Sure. If you need a knife or something to open it with, there's one over here. Do you want me to do it or do you want to do it?
You can do it. Thanks.
Sure. Et voila.
Cutting board.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is pretty useful.
that is useful.
This is a lot better than the other thing she's gonna do.
Yeah.
It's got, what is this stuff?
Like containers for the side.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
But we do kind of need a cutting
We
board.
do need a cutting board, yes. That
Yeah.
is a very nice gift.
So, you know, good job, Rachel's mom, on the cutting board.
Yeah.
Just like good job on the crock pot. You know, just gotta think of them like Delilah does, Rachel. Reparations.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna go move the vacuum in here.
We've got Oliver Linehan saying hello to all. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Oliver.
What does the little wrench thing mean next to someone's name? Does it mean they put it there themselves, or?
No, that means that Eric made them a moderator,
Okay.
so they can put up a link and then people can actually go to it.
Yeah, most moderators start out as somebody asking me to make them a moderator temporarily, post a link, and then I just forget to unmoderate them, or yeah. But we don't really need a lot of moderators, really. You know?
Yeah, the less moderation, the better.
Yeah, the thing is, the moderators here is like Rachel says, only is so that they can post a link if they want to. It's not so they do police work, you know?
You could make like a 70s horror movie that this is an evil snake or something, you know?
Because it's a good snake. It's a snake that cleans up all the little bits of stuff, you know? And look at all of this weed here. Spilled all over the place.
How easy is it to clean the filter of this vacuum? How does it all work?
I haven't looked at this filter, I guess. I just emptied it a couple of times.
Usually they have like pre-filters and, you know, like multiple filters. We should check it out sometime.
Yeah, I'll check that out. I'll think about that next time I empty it.
Yeah.
This table is covered with ash and other kinds of trash.
What's nice about that vacuum is it's not noisy, you know, it's like quiet as vacuum you'll ever hear.
Right, because all the noisy parts in the garage.
Yeah, that's great.
These things all go here. They're all lighters and things like that. Let me give this back to you, okay?
Yeah.
Put that there. This goes on here, like so. Put that there. Put those there. Put that there. Throw this away. I'm going to put this over here. Okay. Okay. And put some, and pick up this weed here and put it into this bag.
I can imagine some people have an all-weed vacuum, like they have some sort of creamy grow house and just like let it all go on the floor and vacuum all the weed up. Or like all the not that, you know, the what falls.
That sounds like some shaky coffee joints right there to me.
I used to use a dust buster to vacuum what didn't go through my bowl as my system like 15 years ago.
Things away. Okay.
Eric, I have a few tool-related things in the car that I brought that I did not show you. So whenever you want to see, I brought. You had mentioned wanting to make a bong, so I brought some drills and hole saws. I also brought a thing that I was thinking about how you could clean that fan up there, and I have this long pole.
I cleaned it.
Oh, you cleaned the fan?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was able to reach it with this from the stairs and above.
That's pretty gnarly. Well, who knows? There may be a thing you want to try to clean with. Like, I have this thing that sucks up dust pretty good, or I don't know, Brad's will do. I also have an extending broom pole that I want to show you that, who knows, you might want to use it as part of your scraping your house projects and stuff.
Alright, cool. I'll take that box out. Okay. You can just set it down over there someplace. I'll take it out.
Thank you.
So obviously the places that need the most vacuuming are the floors right in front of where me and Rachel sit.
Yeah.
Because we're constantly spilling stuff all over the place. It's just how we roll.
The place where I smoke weed is a chair in my room, and I put a little carpet pad right in front of it. So if I do spill stuff, which I spill stuff too, it goes onto the. It's like one of those pads you buy to put in front of your sink to like stand on. It's sort of soft.
We have one of those.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's more like carpet. But that's my system for just in case I super fuck up, then it goes onto something disposable.
Are you keeping this or something?
I need, I guess, for her address.
Okay. So could you take these little things, like the door we gave you and stuff, and put them upstairs or put them in the box or something? And do something with them? throw them away if you wanted to throw them away. Okay, now we're almost done with the vacuuming. I could do obviously a more thorough job, but I just want to get a general vacuum here. You can hear all the stuff going through the tube, so you know you're not done vacuuming yet. This carpet does a good job of not showing mess, but that also means it's always dirtier than it looks. Get on the camera.
You want me to move this stuff right here?
No, that's fine. That's fine. You're getting a lot of stuff. I can really hear it going through the tube. Okay, let's go into the kitchen now and do a little kitchen vacuuming. Of course, the place you always have to vacuum most in the kitchen is right next to the trash can. Your phone?
Yeah.
It's right there. Everything belongs. Okay, so now I'm over here by the trash. By the trash is where you have to vacuum most of all, because you miss a lot, you know. When you're throwing stuff away, unavoidable. Like, let's say your trash can's full and you got a plate of crumbs, and some of those crumbs are going on the floor. Okay. Now that's looking pretty vacuumed.
Nice job.
Thanks, Carmen. Okay. All right. Well, color me vacuumed. I believe we are all done with the vacuuming process now. I'm going to return the vacuum to its vacuuming closet. Except, of course, I see things right here that I have to get.
You want to turn the light on there?
That helps.
I did move this thing if you want to get right there.
Okay, I'll do it.
If you really want it.
Since you went to trouble to move it, I'll do it. Okay. Now we're really done back here. So, hey, listen, all right hand. This is incredibly compelling content, okay? You don't have to be bored to want to watch this. You just have to be a sane human being with amazing taste in media. Because this is just like... It's a non-stop roller coaster of action, thrills, and spills. Alright. Well, we're done with those chores. Should we go outside and smoke a cigarette? / joint. Do you want to?
Yes.
Let's do it. Cameron, can you stay inside?
Yeah, I'll come
You
smoke
come?
a cigarette. I'm gonna find some sandals so that I fit in the culture.
Okay. Let's go to the deck over here.
Eric, do you have a joint?
Do I have what?
A joint?
I'm smoking a cigarette.
Oh,
I have one for you.
I'll roll you one if you need one.
do you need one?
Okay, then I will roll you one. We are out of joints. Unless you prefer to take the bong and pull bong rips, I'll roll you joints.
I'll take the bomb. Why not?
Okay, you prefer that? Whatever. It's no hassle when you roll it, so I just roll it now.
Okay.
If you want, I believe I have a joint here. If you just want to try whatever that one is.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
And in case that one's coffee, here's a little penner.
Thanks.
If I could find a Marlboro, that would be fun.
Sure.
And if you want to keep this gun thing, go for it. If you want to have your own gun cigarette compartment thing.
You know, it's cool, but it just takes up too much room as a lighter, you know? And it also seems a little sketchy to use in public.
In public, it does seem sort of non-ideal.
Yeah. Okay, so here's your joint.
Thanks.
Here's cigarettes.
Yippee.
I'm gonna grab this drink.
And then we'll have a reward of 6-layer cookies
This
that
drink
came out
is
questionably.
yours.
Yay.
Okay, let's go. Let's go outside for a cigarette. Let's go out to the deck out here There are 4 chairs right here, and we could sit and smoke right there. Pennies on the dryer.
Yeah.
That's a very title of a domestic sitcom. Pennies on.
It is.
Dryer coins.
Because everybody has this experience of having pennies on the dryer. This needs to be thrown away.
You don't want to make a thin or whatever for the top. It's not really the ideal.
I thought about it, but I just want to throw that thing away. I mean, if it would be a good table, fine. But I don't think I'm gonna if I'm gonna make a table.
Nah, it's not.
Do I really want to use that flimsy ass thing? You know?
Nah, I didn't realize it was flimsy. Yeah, it being flimsy now, that's garbage can there. Yeah.
There's a cigarette for you,
Oh
Cameron.
boy.
So we're out of here.
Oh, there's the people at home.
But guess what? There's not really any mosquitoes.
I always found smoking weed outside kind of made the mosquitoes not want to hang out so much.
Well, I think it more likely has to do with my threatening them last night with the torch.
Well, I was using my power of intention as well. I didn't tell you.
Well, I told them expressly, I was like, if you're gonna flare on me, I'm gonna burn you to death.
Is it power of intention or law of attraction? What, or is it the same thing?
All those words mean bullshit.
Cool. So stuff I'll need to know for sales.
Yeah. Can I have the lighter? Thank you.
You guys didn't watch Netflix Beef, the show, did you? Never came across it? If you get a chance. It's a show about some people, just normal people who get into a conflict and their faults get them into severe trouble, but it's hard to tell you about the show with it.
Because they can't squash the beef.
You cannot squash the beef. It's not about eating meat.
You need to squash the beef. If you keep persisting in your beef, you're gonna get yourself more and more trouble. It's the story of me and the mailman woman.
You guys have beef?
Well, it never really got there because I fumed about it for days and then decided to just fix the problem instead of escalating it, which is a wise choice. But, and also a sign of growth, because I'm not the sort of person who chooses the practical choice usually. I'm the person who says, this is bullshit, I gotta make a big stick about it.
I'm gonna give sleepy eyes to Trouble who's walking up.
Hi, Bubbles.
You give me sleepy eyes, that means I'm a good guy.
Meow. You could give him one of those meows.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
I do.
That's a cat. We're pals. The cat, it's cool.
It's like, I don't know what to do.
He's like, I'm not giving you a morale back.
See you later, guys. But I don't want to go too far because I like being around people.
Yeah.
Sometimes cats will tell you that. They'll come up and they'll give you a and you can tell them that and they're like, that's right, you're my brother.
That's so cool. I didn't know. I can't do that noise, but.
Meow.
You have to be able to roll your cat or
So, see, Oliver Linehan, he was saying, I can't believe there are like 10 people bored enough to watch extra chores. But look, as soon as I stopped doing chores, Now there's only 5 people here. That's how exciting the chores were. Well, I feel good that I've gotten some chores done. I was, I've been needing to vacuum for a while. And hopefully I got most of the daddy longlegs corpses. It's not like they live very long in the house either. Just think about daddy longlegs. You can, when they're flying in the sky, you can reach out with your hand and grab one. That's how shitty they are at not getting eaten. They're, they're totally incompetent.
Somebody went to a lot of extra expense to get this material for your deck here. This stuff costs like twice as much.
Oh, really?
This formed wood stuff, it's good. This is probably, it could be 20 years old or something, but
Yeah, I think it
it's
is.
good stuff.
Yeah, well, the stuff that original guy put in, he did it right.
It costs way more. I helped my boss in Altadena not put it in so much, but do a few little repairs once the whole job was done. But it's really good stuff.
I don't feel like this is shaky at all.
That's good.
It's nice and stable.
Yeah.
Like when we have 10 or 15 or 20 people standing on this, it's not going to collapse.
Have you ever wandered down there to just view under there?
Yeah, I put a little guy there. The
Oh, okay,
baby
yeah.
on the dolphin.
Good.
I put him down there to watch that direction, keep an eye out for Sasquatches.
Cool. Put another hamburger on the grill or another entire package of bacon if he alerts you.
Yeah.
You have to get out the peanut butter and the bacon if the Sasquatch comes by.
Sasquatches like peanut butter and bacon?
Yeah.
Was Elvis a Sasquatch?
That's what I'm talking about.
Again, specious reasoning. Just because Sasquatches like bacon and peanut butter, and Elvis likes bacon and peanut butter, does not mean Elvis is a Sasquatch. That would be called affirming the consequent. That's the name of that fallacy.
One thing we could do, Eric, we could just look under here and see if this is a sag or what. See how it doesn't?
Yeah, I know it's sagged a little bit, but
We'll just see if something's like broken or needing to be.
yeah, we could look.
Yeah, me before.
What I
What?
meant to bring on this trip, I have this inspection camera that's a 16-foot long snake camera, and you can stick it places that a human can't go, so it's really quite useful. But I had to clean it up once, so I couldn't find it. I was looking for it.
That's fine. I got the same thing right here, Cameron.
It's kind of similar.
It just goes like this.
Sure.
What's under there, everybody? What's going on under there? All right.
Vince's mom will come up with this like
I want a full report.
40 words on like, well, it's a 69 center. Here's the link.
Oh.
Yeah, I do want to know what this sag is, because like that's something that I think about.
It's the Screen Actors Guild.
Oh.
Yeah.
My stepdad's in the Screen Actors Guild. He has he's gotten to go to the, I don't know, SAG party something. I don't know. There's something where.
Well, you know, he was a musketeer.
Yep. Yep. And they don't know about his afterlife, so they still allow him around sometimes.
Cameron's stepfather was a musketeer back in the day, a long time ago. Oh. I think I got to poop.
That makes sense.
All right.
Does the viewership go up or down when you take that in the bathroom?
I don't take it in the bathroom with me. I leave it someplace else. But
Yeah, I had a mosquito on me, so I could cruise inside. Did that joint end up being halfway decent, or was it
Oh, I haven't even.
okay, gotcha.
But I'll let you know.
Okay.
Really, yeah, it's a huge challenge to actually try everything within the right amount of time for it to matter, you know? Because I would always love to get some more of stuff that's worthwhile. Ooh, we have cookie time next.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. Alright, I'll wait to see, maybe the viewers need to see the cutting of the cookies.
Oh yeah, probably.
Let's see. Sometimes I don't understand what people are talking about in the comments.
New Groove says, I'm even in marketing as well, but it's funny the way you went about getting into the industry. Similar to my own path. I don't know what they're talking about either.
Yeah, it's like sometimes going backwards, you can get it, but then often I won't, because then it can be referring to stuff Eric's talking about at the time, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
true.
oh man, I just don't even attempt to be a full understander of what's going on. This is going up into that gully thing where you didn't go up.
Oh.
Eric's going up to the very top where there was the the water coming out of the ground.
Wow. That's so pretty.
Oh, it was awesome up there. Somewhere in there, there will be this big old tank. Where's the big tank? I wasn't sure, like, if there's poison oak or
I
whatever.
think there is poison oak.
It might be that stuff. I just.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just don't know. Oh, that's the big old tank. Did you see that from the bottom part?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's like huge. It's like 20 feet long and must have something to do, you know, with logging or whatever. Or, no, not logging, mining. If you want to see the rest of the picture, just go back and forth. If you want to see mine.
Sure.
What's so funny is I thought the iPad might be just like a basic sort of a kid's toy or whatever, but I love that iPad.
That's awesome.
It works just like the iPhone, only it's big enough to read, and you know, like I don't do word processing. I'm not like an office person typing documents ever. Like I haven't typed a document like once a year or something. You can still do it on that, you know.
Yeah, you can. And this is nice too. The little keyboard that comes with it.
Oh yeah, that's the iPad Pro. My brother got that, or maybe it was his wife's years ago. And so when they when they get a new iPhone or whatever, I get their old stuff. So
Nice.
that's got to be like 7 or 8 years old.
Wow.
But I don't go to the laptop anymore. Like I've got a MacBook, I don't even open it anymore because that's just easier to deal with.
I find that like Macs are usually pretty easy to deal with. Oh, kitty row.
Mhm.
Aww. Hmm.
thing.
Yeah, I probably should get something bigger because I watched so much on my iPhone. Like, it would be good before going to bed. Like,
Oh yeah, and you can like, you know, the way this case is, you can flip this like so and carry it around.
So,
And yeah, it pops off. There's also like an Apple Pencil thing, which people said they thought I would like, because I like to do art, but I've never really liked to do art on the computer, so I've never used the pencil, but apparently you can just like go in a drawing program or even a word processing program and just write on the screen and it'll understand what you're doing.
that's nice.
Kara borrowed my pencil, that's about all that happened with that thing.
Oh
I mean, I have it back, but like, she's the only person who actually used it.
no. Oh, wow.
Pen, pineapple, apple pen. That's right, Neuro Group.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we're being watched.
Oh yeah, we're totally live. We are the show. Sorry to you guys didn't get to see the pictures, but you know, it is what it is, folks at home.
Yeah, Ruben, that's a good point. Yeah, new groove. I would like to see how your TENEFI are to test the polars of each beta quadra. Well, the TE of the INFJ will be bad, but you can't. TE polar is either INFJ or ISFJ. NE, I'm trying to think of the beta quadra that has that the most. Maybe ENFJ and FI. I'm not sure. FI is a hard one for me to identify as well. When I was seeing a therapist, she like suggested an emotion wheel for me. What do you know, Ruben? What slot, cognitive slot, is NE in an ENFJ? Ah. Any 6 slot is monster and counter value. That's me and FI. It's like I like to display it, but I don't necessarily need it back. That's interesting, Ruben. You can inky pinky till the cows come home. I can't do inky pinkies for the life of me. I can get like one word, but I can't think of the rhyming word. It usually is pretty difficult for me. Your any causes your wife to be annoyed with me. Same, Rubes.
Wow. That was quite the colon blow.
Wow.
Ready for a reward? a 6-layer cookie?
Oh yeah. You know what? Before we do that, let me make a pot of coffee. Or did I already do that?
It is. It's
I think
made.
it's
Oh, it's made. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that then.
All right, cookies. Okay, a sharp knife. Is that the drawer over here? Where's
Yeah,
the-
that's what we got there. Chili Willy.
Oh, really?
Do you have a little serving sort of thing, or should I just use like a fork?
Well, there's a pie cutter.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's it. It's right in front of me. Yeah, cool. I guess plates, what do you have closest to plates?
Right in that, right there, up there, yeah. Kind of seems a little weak, but that's okay. Better too weak than too strong. That's what I say. Okay, so I got it, right? Chili Willy. Frigid Rigid. I like that one too. That's a good answer. Frigid Rigid. Well, you know, I think I've been backed up for a while. Not gonna lie. I think that was poo from multiple days ago that never managed to make it out my butt before. If my colon were Scientology, I'd be clear. Tough pipe. Strong bong.
So good.
Keep coming. I'm super good at these, so I like to play this game. Some games I'm not so good at, I don't like to play so much.
Like what?
A game that I'm not good at that I don't like to play. Well, that's a good question. I can think of games I'm not good at that I do like to play, such
Okay.
as poker. I'm not good at poker, but I like to play it. I can think of games that I'm medium at that I don't really like to play, like chess. I occasionally like to play chess, but not really. I mean, here's a game that
Thank you, Cam.
Sure. I don't know if you'll need a fork, but I brought forks just in case.
Thanks.
that I'm both bad at and I like to play. Risk. Wet brown, ink pink. Hmm.
Yum, yum, yum.
Wet brown.
It's kind of some goo, but it's usually a lot thicker, more ingredients. I think I forgot the right number of chocolate chips.
That's very rich.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have cramp? How's cramp brown? Dew poo? Okay. Brown's not very good for poo. I mean, you just said wet feces or something. All right, I'll come up with something for you guys too. How about
bong pong?
bong pong?
Yeah.
Well, that would be the answer, not the clue.
Okay. I like that as an answer though.
Okay. This is a quitter decorator. It's an inkety pinkety. Quitter decorator. Inkety pinkety. Good, Ruben. Ruben got it.
Wow, nice. Ruben R. You are good at Inky Pinkies.
How about this one?
Nice one, Simon. You got it.
How about this one? This is a muscle car Mexican hat, and it's
Camaro sombrero.
yeah, very good, Cameron. Sombrero Camaro is
It's right up
correct.
my alley. You gave me a Cameron one.
Okay. All right, then. How about this one? This is a difficulty in your fort. And it's inky pinky. Difficulty in your fort. Inky pinky. Boom.
Nice.
New Groove nails it.
Nice.
Okay, how about this one? This is the bringing to you of uniforms, and it's an inkety pinkety. It's delivery of uniforms. Oh, I fucked it up. I gave you one of the words. I just said it's the provision of, to you, or the arrival to you of uniforms. Livery delivery is correct.
I'm so impressed. These words just don't come to me. Sometimes I'll get one, but I'm not very good at Inkity Pinkities.
This is the commercialization of mastodons. It's inkety pinkety. Okay? The commercialization of mastodons. It's an inkety pinkety.
Yes.
A 3-4. It's like a woolly mammoth. It's like a woolly mammoth is a mastodon. Yes, the commercialization of a mastodon. And if nobody gets it, in a second I'll give you a different word instead of mastodon. The commercialization of a mastodon.
That guy from
3-4.
Sesame Street.
3-4. Snuffleupagus would be an example of a mastodon, yes.
That's not the name.
But it's not part of the answer. Alright, I'm going to make it a little easier. The commercialization of a pachyderm. I'll be right back with a small bag for this trash can. Nobody got it? It's an elephant development.
Oh man.
Close, new group. An elephant development. You might complain that development and elephant don't really run. But I say close enough. This is really good.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is just the right amount of size piece. It's so rich, you know? A little piece like this goes a long way.
Sure. Thank you.
It goes nicely with the coffee too.
Butt crack, nut crack. Or butt crack, nut crack, butt cracker. Did you put pinkety? Pinky, pinky. Okay. Nut crack, butt crack. Okay. All right. This is an alpine lodge for dancers. An alpine lodge for dancers. It's an inky pinky. It's an alpine lodge for dancers. It's an inky pinky. What's the answer? What's the answer? Alpine lodge for dancers. Anybody? I'll make it easier. Nope. How Clipper is not an alpine lodge. Make it easier for you. An alpine lodge for fancy dancers. Alpine lodge for fancy dancers. It's an inky pinky. It's an alpine lodge for fancy dancers. It's a ballet chalet.
Oh,
that was good.
Nicely.
I think that's pretty good clues for that one.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Those are fair clues. Damn good. Yeah. You know you've done a good one if after people can't figure it and you say the answer, they go, oh, of course. Then that's how you know you did a good one. Strange to this game, that this Inky Pinky thing, um, that my mom played with me when I was a little kid when we were driving around in the car, has turned out to be such a thing with typology. It's just it fit in so nicely with typology to be a fun thing, and it's crazy, you know. A word like exercise to prevent incontinence. Um, Flap trap, pale small piece. Um,
What's Inky Pinky versus Inkity Pinkity?
Inkity pinkity is like defroster and posture, 3 syllables each. Inky pinky would be like,
Oh, okay.
uh, like mountain pound. Okay, I'll come back to pale small piece. But let me go. What is a calculated air release? A smart fart? A seagull kegel.
Oh, nice.
I like my flap trap. I think flap trap works. You didn't say inky pinky. You just said you didn't tell me the syllables. So
Seagull kegel.
because flap is a bird like exercise. Seagull kegel doesn't rhyme.
It doesn't.
Seagull is gull. Kegel is gull. Okay. How about yeah, well, I imagine seagulls doing Kegel exercises all the time, Ruben. That's normal. Most of us do. We have to spend our imagination time on something. Why not that? The one I remember my mom, I don't know, it's like I always thought my mom was bullshitting me, like she'd say like, "Oh, you're really good at these kinds of things," and I just assumed it was just my mom telling me that because she's my mom. But I think she actually thought so.
Yeah, I think so too. What are the things that she would say you were good at?
Like language stuff, being good with words and creative and whatever. Stiff Baker, Inky Pinky. Hmm. Um. A rigid banker. Okay, banker. Okay. Um. Uh. A loner boner. Is it a loner boner?
Oh, nicely done.
I got it. That's pretty good, Eric. Because the thing is, I didn't get to it from boner. I got to it from loner. I said, okay, well, banker, what, lender? Which would be the proper way to say it, but we could say loner. Okay, that's how I got there. Fun game, huh? It's interesting. It it's a great NE test for to see if you're NE dom or not. It's not going to be definitive. It's not going to tell you 100%. Like this person's definitely an EDOM, but if somebody is saying like I'm an EDOM, you can falsify that with inky pinky easy. If they're not, you might get some false positives. Some people who aren't in EDOMs that that score borderline or something, but they'd be tool function users or you know the thing is you're not going to get very many, if any, people who aren't any 1-2 who can can really make up a bunch of them. People can solve them. Solving them is easier than making them up. Yeah, it's definite that INTPs do well at it. Definite. The emblem of a family or clan fashion is the shape of a ball sack. Um, yeah, ESTPs can too. But I mean, if you were to really run an intensive test on a thing, see how many different ones people can come up with, and just spend like 30 minutes just on that, you could nail down pretty definitively that somebody's not in any dom or second, any one or two. Um, hmm. I think the shape of a ball sack. So
That's what I was guessing with since mom. It's funny.
scrotum totem.
Yeah.
That's probably correct. I I am sorry to inform you, Ruben R, that a totem is not the emblem of a family or clan. That's a herald. That's a terrible clue.
I was thinking crest, like
Oh,
family
yeah,
crest.
crest.
Yeah,
That's
crest
the word I was
or
trying to get to.
But they're called heraldic crests, right?
I
But
didn't know
anyway,
that.
your clue is not a good clue. You should have said a a false idol. That's what you should have said. Okay, my bad. I countervalued this shit. Excellent. Excellent. Um, cool. Okay, so it's now 8:15. We've been chatting for a while. I think it's time we play Twister.
Sister seems like the next move.
Ruben, you go first. Then Winston's mom. No, I don't really think it's time to play Twister. We watched the third episode of the utterly compelling Naked and Afraid Last One Standing yesterday. Right mouth on green. Does it require that you have native as your English as your native language? No, but it does impact it somewhat. Obviously, if you're not a native speaker of English, you don't have access to as wide a vocabulary, and you're not going to be able to draw the connections as easily. Um, a lot of tests are somewhat impacted. A lot of my tests are somewhat impacted by whether if somebody's a native speaker But it's weird. It's like I typed that ENTP guy the other day from what country was he from? Oh, North Macedonia.
Yeah.
North Macedonia. And it was very obvious to me that he was an ENTP, even though he wasn't a native speaker of English, and he wasn't like he was fluent-ish. He didn't have a complete vocabulary of English or whatever, and yet he still the NE just seeped out of him. You could just tell. He thought the same way as me. It was like that guy was an ENTP if there ever was one. Well, I mean, alternate testing for NE and stuff like let's play couplet ping pong. Like Ruben went out for some food, but saw on arrival his cousin, who said to him, "Hey, Ruben, dude, they're selling eggs here by the dozen. So, I give you the first two, then you make the second couplet. Like that. Couplet ping pong." Another way to check for like any polar is how many reasons can you think of to justify invading Canada? Any polar people will be like, to get the resources? Anything else? To get like the land? That's one of the resources. Anything else? I mean, why else would you invade them? That's what you'll get from any polar. And that has nothing to do with the English language barrier, right? But that's not going to be very revelatory about any someplace other than polar. Because everybody other than polar will come up with 3 or 4 or 5 things. A couplet is a name that refers to a couple of little people.
Mm.
You should have people shoot a bow and arrow to retest SE. I mean, I'm sure if I directed a lot of attention to it and had a group of people that would allow me to be my like guinea pigs that I already knew their types, I'd get like four different SE polar people, and then like 4 or 5 people who are something other than SE polar. We could figure out a physical thing that would be a pretty definitive SE polar test, I bet. It would take a lot of trial and error and just random experimentation to see what links physically with SE, but there's some physical linkage there somewhere that we could use. Like when Rachel and I went to that Subway that time, and this guy who was obviously either an INTP or an INFP didn't know how to push meat onto bread right. It's like you put the meat on, it's like push. Like, I don't know how to put things onto things. So I'm sure if we had that kind of physical proximity with people, and I had plenty of time and volunteers to experiment randomly and see what physical test we could give that would be a good linkage for it, we could find something. Like I've often thought that a good SE polar test would be I need you to do these 4 small tasks that are meaningless tasks. It just takes an effort to do it. Like, go to these different websites, copy and paste a sentence from each of these different websites into a document. Like a task like that, right? 4 different tasks. When you complete them, I will pay you $100. You have indefinite amount of time to complete them. There's a pretty good SE test right there. You know, SE polar people or SE 8 people will be like, ah, I gotta take advantage of this. I gotta do this. I just gotta do this little bit of shit and I get $100. But there's no time, there's no deadline or due date or anything on it. I can do it whenever. Even if it's a year from now, I can do it, and they'll still pay me $100 for it. Well, how long am I going to put out getting to that task? It's long enough until I say, now it's embarrassing to do it, so I'm just not even going to bother. It does link to the ability to finish tasks, but I think it's a mistake to say that the ability to finish tasks links strongly to motivation. It's kind of a, I think, reductive way of viewing it. The capacity to complete tasks links to a number of different things. Number one, how clear you are about the task you're doing. Like, is this a task I have to be doing, want to be doing, should be doing, etc. So something like vacuuming, it's a task I need to do. I should be doing. It's like a chore thing, right? And for me, I find it easier to complete that chore, usually, but not always, when I'm live streaming. In that way, I make it kind of like a fun group activity that I'm having, rather than just doing chores by myself. But like, I don't really have a lot of trouble completing those kind of tasks, provided I don't have very many of them, and I don't have a lot of other things constraining my time. So, like, I take out the trash, I vacuum, I do my half of the chores. Rachel does the laundry and the dishes, and we just, and I do the cat box. We just sort of fell into these certain chores just without ever discussing it at all, right? I don't have any problem completing those, but even though there's no deadline. But it's because I'm very clear that on what I don't want, which is I don't want this place to become a shithole. I definitely do not want that. I do not want to live in a shitty, air thrashed garbage can like in the past. So, because I'm very clear on that, I get those tasks done. Because I like this place and I like taking care of it. But when it comes to other kind of things, like for example, right now, I haven't checked my email in a few days. I normally rely on Rachel to periodically tell me something like, somebody's sent you a PayPal. She hasn't told me that, but I have seen myself, somebody emailed me about a typing session thing. I don't know if it's a PayPal email or not. And I've just been putting off looking at my email. I will put off that for a while, but it's something I have to do. Eventually I get to look at it and then I deal with it, whatever it is. But that one's difficult. On the other hand, if you say like, we love your treatment of this idea you want to write, Eric. Okay, so we'll give you an advance of $5,000. Now write the whole book. That'd be just like, oh no. Oh no. What am I gonna do now? That'd be the worst case scenario. Yeah, I think I think doing the chores is the reason I like it and it feels good to me to do them is fourth slot SI. I think everybody kind of is constantly aware that their fourth slot function, when invited to their ontological party more, they're better off. That they have a deficit in that. It's their conscious deficit area, right? So um, I feel good when I get chores and stuff done because it's like, I'm not running a deficit in this area right now. And I also when I poop a lot, like a little while ago, I feel very good. I like, thank God all that poop's out of it. Who knows how long that poop's been in there? So I'm gonna clean up this right now because I just cleaned up in here, and so it looks nice. So I don't want it to start looking messy right away again. GE critic plus SE demon. Well, I do think that critical parent is a good name for sixth slot function. I do not think demon is a good name for eighth slot function. I mean, in one sense, it's not a completely wrong name because it's the case that you tend to view evil in the world as arriving via riding the horse of your eighth slot function. It's easy to explain why with an action type like me, I'm an intuitor. For me, extroverted sensing always happens after I've intuited and deliberated plenty about something on my own time schedule when I think now's the time to pull the trigger on this. So I've been talking about getting a pressure washer for a long ass time. And before Cameron got here, we finally went in town to do it. What made it that day? I don't know. Why did I what made me actually go and buy it that day after talking about it but not buying it for months? I don't know. That's what makes it super unconscious, right? But I see other people's use of SE as evil to some extent because when it runs across when it intersects with my any because it hijacks my process. Once SE is done, the any part, my nature part, is over. SE is the end of deliberation and the beginning of execution. I'm perfectly happy when I'm the one executing at the end of my own deliberative process. For something like my dad used to constantly do to me because he was my benefactor type and this shit happens, is he'd do shit that I was gonna do soon, but right before I'd get to it, rendering all of my ideation pointless, and I have to go back to the drawing board, right? Like, so I'm looking at this situation, I'm ideating about it, deliberating about it. I've come up with a strategy finally, and then I go outside and my dad's done something to change it, It would drive me crazy. That's why I hate Trump so much, is because he's the epitome of SE in the absence of adequate deliberation and intuition. Of SE without any objective deliberation function, like an ESTP would have, and without any good relationship with intuition, like an ESP would have a better relationship with intuition because they have a communication function as a tool function, It's just SE that not only puts an end to the extrovertedly intuitive deliberative processes, but openly holds them in contempt. Talk is cheap. Well, the thing is, SE is not good or evil. It's just the execution of a decision. It's just the doing part of something, right? I think that when the world is evil, it's because that execution part has come too soon, or without adequate deliberation, or without giving me a chance to talk about it. Um, but obviously, everything I ever accomplish or do is the result of extroverted sensing, actually following through and doing shit. So it really depends on your perspective. It's like there was a time in my life when I probably would have said something like, "I think FI is evil," because I was I would have encountered so many examples of people who are TI polar engaging in ways that are infuriating to me. But what that is, I'm not mad at FI. I don't think FI is responsible for evil. I think that TI polar is responsible for bad talking. And I understand how much I value FI more than I understand how much I value SE. Cognitive functions being a mapping type in general, in other words, being like into understanding things via symbolic languages or other kind of representations rather than actualities, means I've been able to learn a lot about myself by knowing about cognitive functions. And it's really improved my relationship with myself tremendously. I now recognize myself as being fundamentally driven by FI, which is my blind spot absolute value, but never utilizing it as a tool. That's basically your polar. It's it's your bottom line absolute value, but you never use it as a tool. So I never use my feelings to do anything, determine anything, accomplish anything, but I'm always at the mercy of them. What I'm doing, when I'm doing it, why I'm doing it, blah, 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 blah. All that stuff is just arbitrary mood. It's like recognizing that my cognitive function stack meant that extroverted feeling in the third slot meant that, yes, I want people to pay attention to me. I want people to like me. I, it's like when I first started on YouTube, people would always sort of have this explanation for why they were doing this. I'm doing this to help people. Cognitive functions liberated me. It allowed me to tell the truth to myself and everybody else. I'm doing this because I want attention. Because I'm an attention whore. And instead of viewing it as some sort of character flaw or weakness in me, what cognitive functions allows us to do is to recognize that that's my configuration. And everybody has an equally childish relationship with their third slot function. It's just some of those relationships don't play as childishly as mine does. As in terms of how it plays in the room. Okay, go inside. Stop playing hover by the door mysteriously. Trouble is playing hover by the door mysteriously. Am I going in? But Cameron's in there. Oh no. Too bad. Just go in the house. How does the notion of personal growth fit into this view? Well, I mean, my take on it is only some types are really configured to grow, have a lot of personal growth via cognitive functions. And it's those types who are least inherently suited to understanding themselves. So Cameron is inherently suited to understanding himself with two subjective epistemology functions as his absolute values, SI and FI. So he's not going to find externalities like a cognitive function map of him particularly useful in understanding himself because he understands himself foremost through his own experience, which he remembers consistently, and and he also feels like he's like winning in life when he is loving people, I guess. FI, yeah, FI is a tricky one for me. Does TI3 get more giddy than TI2 when researching? I mean, my experience of Rachel's TI3 is it's it's something that makes her face cloud up when it conflicts with her NI. So she'll be listening to some YouTube video where someone's spewing some bullshit about something, and her NI is picking up all these holistic bullshits and processing them as whatever they say they are, and her TI is going, what this hole is here is icky for some reason. But she doesn't necessarily put in a lot of time parsing out what makes it icky. She just raises her objections to me, and then I explain to her why it's bullshit.
Yeah, it helps a lot, honestly. Eric helps me a lot in that way.
When Rachel hears bullshit, her face gets all troubled and stuff. Like, when I hear bullshit, it doesn't stick to my windshield at all. But it sticks to her windshield until I squirt it and squeegee it.
Yeah, it does.
I get flabbergasted when people, their job is to spew bullshit. It just flabbergasts me that that's what someone could do as what they do every day.
Yeah.
Why don't they find something good to do?
Well, some people love to consume certain flavors of bullshit. That's why there are that's why there are people like Rachel Maddow
Yeah.
and Tucker Carlson, or
Yeah.
whatever his name is.
Yeah.
A spherical object that arrives on a sudden violent gust of wind. Gale hail? I think gale hail works. I don't know if that's what you were looking for. Butt plug? Butt plug, I don't think that works.
Farting in an elevator. Oh no, that's when you have an accident.
Hail is spherical. Hail's spherical. Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's a shark fart. It's gotta be.
This shark's not a spherical object.
Well, it could be. I think shark fart probably could qualify. Okay, apparently mine's the only spherical shark. When I shart, 7 out of 10 times,
I don't know. Is there a word for wind that rhymes with globe? Coffee mate. Ink pink. Um, Joho. Ah, you. Ruben got it, I think.
Nice.
But mate's not, oh, mate in the English sense, Ruben. He's from England. He's using mate like English people use it. I was thinking mate like spouse, girlfriend, boyfriend, partner, that kind of thing. You should have warned us you were from England. The theory of gravity is ridiculous. What, that large objects attracts things? Is it a round pound? Ball squall. That's what it is. Blue to Fay nailed it. Good job, Blue to
Yeah,
Fay.
good job.
Wow, that's good.
That's a good one. Squall. I got out vocabbed here. Squall didn't even occur to me.
Me neither. I was.
There's an ice wall around the world, and we are under a dome. That's cool. I want to go climb the ice wall.
Is that like winter time in the Truman Show?
Yeah, maybe.
Hmm.
Sir Canker, Inky Pinky.
Oh,
Mr.
nice,
Blister.
Blister.
Yeah, Mr. Blister.
Good job, Ludafe. You are on fire. Where have we been today? We've been around. We were on a little wilderness car. It was so dusty I had to vacuum my hat when I came home. I vacuumed it after I was pooed. Got it nice and clean again. No one can go to Antarctica without being under supervision. I mean, have you tried? If I had a boat, I could go to Antarctica. I probably wouldn't be happy I did. There's a lot of ice and snow down there.
You gotta take a lot of cigarettes, and then what if they get wet or something?
Yeah.
You're screwed.
You'd have to take a tobacco plant.
You could be mauled by penguins. Now, if you're smart, you don't have a boat. Boats are dumb. It's true. That's true, Ruben. Then there would be cigarettes.
Cigarettes.
Anyway, let's get back to my central thesis of the evening. Boats are dumb. Why are boats dumb? All around you, you have all this perfectly good land to walk on. Why would you want to go over the water? There's no good reason for it. If you're like me, you get seasick just looking at a boat. So, there's no way I'm going to Antarctica either in a boat or any other way.
They might
Because
extend the gold line there, I've heard. It'll only cost $700 zillion. But it's a great idea. All the guys who want to do it, they say it's great. It's going to help the economy of Antarctica a shitload.
It'd be cool if there was a tunnel from my house to Oakland that only we knew about. Because if you go straight across at the crow flies from here to Oakland, it's not very far away. It's just we have to go down there and over there and around there and boom, yeah. Takes 3 hours to get there. Koalas don't exist. They're just animatronics. Well, I tell you what they're not, is bears. They're called koala bears. Those aren't bears. Those are a bunch of eucalyptus eating pansies. Let me see. A hot dog van, ink pink. Frank Tank. Very good, you guys. You beat me to it. I was feeling all cocky about my abilities, but I'm getting my ass whooped lately.
Chlamydia bear posers. Exactly.
Smelly spiral.
Stinky slinky.
Stinky Slinky. Cameron got it. Good job, Cameron. Ow.
What happened?
Kitty's playing. Ow.
What the heck's she doing?
She's playing scratch my foot with her claws. How do you feel this evening, Cameron? Mr. Robbie wants to
How do
know.
I feel? Not bad. We had some delicious dinner and dessert, and we had a nice ride earlier, and everyone took a nap. So I feel energetic for the evening after having smoked a bunch of bowls, and I think I'll smoke some more bowls to feel even more energetic.
We also got some chores done, and we got some live streaming done here, and it's been a busy day,
Has been.
full of activity.
Now, you've got all these weeds to try. Did you take any out of here? You've got a whole slew of weeds.
Well, yeah, let me try some.
Oh my gosh, I could have hit the kitty. You're a good receiver there.
Well, what happened with me is I got home for the little outing, and I took one of those non-amphetamine pills and also a 25 milligram Seroquel. The Seroquel made me very tired. So I went right down to sleep.
So having more norepinephrine makes us sleepy.
I'm tired.
Go to bed. Call it a night.
Maybe trouble will join me if I go to bed.
I think he will because Cameron's here, so he's hiding out in the room.
Oh, he made it inside?
Yeah,
Well,
he's inside.
that's good. I'm glad he came inside.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well, now that he's such an inside cat, he's not been trying to stay outside while you're here. He's been hiding out inside now.
Okay. I mean, that's still a good step, I mean, how many years did you know him before he hung out with you?
Trouble?
Yeah.
I mean, about as long. Well, I mean, like maybe the last 2 years I was at my dad's house. Because when we first got there, a sleazy wheezy, an easy wheezy, hoary snoring. I like Ori Snorri, but Snorri's not really a word.
Skeezer Weezer, that sounds tasty.
Oh wait, this is the other breed. So I got this breed. This is why I haven't done this yet too. Is because there's always weed in here and I want to
Keep
grind
looking at
it.
all going.
And so I keep going like, oh well, wait till this one's empty, and then it's empty. I forget, and I grind other weed again.
Sure.
So I'm just gonna do it unground. I'm gonna just squish it with my fingers.
Why not?
But I started following in your footsteps, Cameron, with the grinding. I almost
Okay.
never smoke unground weed anymore.
Wow, well, hey, if you want some ground, I've got tubes of ground over here.
Well,
Try it out.
the thing is, I don't grind it all up ahead of time.
Yeah.
This is good.
What's that one called?
Cruisers?
The little white tag on it, you'll have to zoom in with a camera, but
I got my glasses.
they're gonna be, some of those could be available still, possibly, and
I'm not in the market for buying any weed.
I guess that's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
This says it is. It's just called Cruiser's Flower. Oh no, it isn't. It's called something.
They make those things so friggin' small.
Something cookies.
Cookies, it wasn't the Cushman's cookies. Animal
Rebel cookies?
Rebel cookies, yeah, that's one that I bought a whole ounce of that.
That's really small. It is like super hard to read that, even with my glasses. It's so small.
And that one they still had. Yeah, I could have bought another ounce of that.
This is good. You should try it out at some point, Rachel.
And that was such
I
low
will.
dollar.
What-
That was probably like 15 bucks for an eighth, I think.
Yeah, it was $16.
Wow.
It's good though.
That's good.
It's called Cruiser's Rebel Cookies. This is called cereal milk. This tests really high. This tests at like 35%.
35.
Oh my god.
That's twice as much as what you
Oh,
used to
yes,
get. Like
it is.
what? How many years ago?
Give it a little shot here. A Tree in Summer, ink pink.
My Tree in Summer is a swing thing, but doesn't
Swing
really
thing?
say Tree in Summer.
Is swing thing
That's what I would.
correct? I mean, that's a good answer, Cameron.
Because it's summer. You're gonna swing on that thing.
I'm impressed with Cameron's answer there. That's the best one I've heard so far. Hot log doesn't rhyme. It has to rhyme. Yeah, the answer has to rhyme. Like, Uh, um, like a respite.
Good night, you guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Maybe I need to meow to the kitty when I see.
A respite articulated position. It's inky pinky. A respite articulated position. Okay. Or a respite position.
The rest nest?
Or affirmed position. A respite affirmed position. It's an inky pinky. Anti panty, anti panty. Yeah, but nobody names their daughters Panty.
Fanny is a pretty good name.
Panty Fanny would be a good name for a girl. Or Fanny Panty. If her last name's Panty, Fanny's a great name for a girl. Fanny Panty. Percussion discussion. Define a respite. It's a break in between stretches of labor or difficulty. A mad Chad. Mad lad.
Yeah, mad lads.
Yeah. Well, mine was worse, but it's not inconceivable that that would be an answer. Did anybody get the one I said? Respite, affirmed position.
Little Annie Fanny. No, I don't know Little Annie Fanny, but I do think that the name Fanny is really funny because I think that's actually a woman's name, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Like,
is.
that's a gnarly ass name.
Yeah. It's probably short for Fanafreed or something like that. A respite, affirmed position. Respite. It means a break between stretches of labor or difficulty. Okay. Uh, a break for is like an affirmed position that gives you a break. An affirmed position that gives you a break. Okay, how about a value that gives you a break? it's inky pinky. Okay, well, how about instead of a value or a firm position, how about a cherished notion? Cherished notion. A respite, a cherished notion gives you a respite. There you go, Ribbon. There you go. Belief relief. Belief's a hard word to come up with a synonym for, you know? In its most operationalized definition, it's just an affirmed position.
I was thinking fort for affirmed position. I was thinking a dugout where soldiers went.
Oh, you weren't thinking about a position like a statement.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, different frames of reference, you know.
So,
If you work in the field of debate, I think a position. Some people think they hear position, they think sexual position. Some people they think
yeah, sure.
like strategic position. I think a firm statement.
Yeah.
A geeky affirmation and a salty chip. Inky pinky. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what type he is. He's the type that didn't want any piece of Eric. A salty chip. Um, Geeky affirmation.
A Pringle, a Ruffle. What's the chip?
Well, yeah, chip in 2 syllables. That's a tough one. Geeky affirmation, I'm thinking elite. But I don't know. It could be. Nerdy shirty? I have no idea. You have stumped the Eric, New Groove. The thing is, I'm trying to talk to that guy. I wasn't thinking about a type. I was just increasingly appalled by his. I guess I had some kind of expectations because I was told beforehand that like he had presidential aspirations and stuff that he'd know what he was talking about. Anito Frito.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, New Groove. Those are fair clues. And you just plain stumped us. Not much we can say about that. Okay. How about this? An outing to do an amusing activity. And it's inkity pinkity. An outing to do an amusing activity. It's inkity pinkity. An outing to do an amusing activity. Inkity pinkity. Anyway, to answer your question, your color of your rainbow is blue. Vacation elation is incorrect, but a very good guess. Doesn't quite work, but it almost does. I mean, you know, if there were no better answer, I'd say, okay, like if that were the answer, I would say, Eric, you did a pretty bad job of giving clues, but not a terrible job. I guess that would count. I think you get credit for that answer. It doesn't get marked wrong by the teacher. Neat. I believe the clue was an outing to do an engaging. There you go. Ludafe nails it with her razor sharp spear point gaze of truth. She discovers the answer. Excursion diversion. Or diversion excursion would be probably better. Because then you're saying that's the kind of excursion it is. All right. So let's try another one. How about a multiplicity in the countryside? It's an inky pinky. A multiplicity in the countryside. It's an inky pinky. That's right. It's a multiplicity in the countryside. And it's an inky pinky. Can you guess what it is? Find out next on Talking with Famous People. This is good too. Let's see what else we gotta try. I like both of those. This Cruisers brand seems like they know what they're doing. Just an inky pinky. No. What was the clue again that I gave? I forgot what I was doing right now.
Multiplication.
Oh, multiplicity in the countryside. A multiplicity in the countryside. Right. Inky pinky. Can anybody get it? Can anybody guess? It's kind of a tricky one. I gave fair clues, but they're still kind of tricky too. Can you get it? Let's find out. No, it's not lumber number. but it's not a bad guess. But I would say that I'd given bad clues. Yes, you are correct. Ruben R., you have done it. You have won the excitement contest.
Plural.
It's a rural plural. A multiplicity in the countryside. All right. This is an easy one, okay? It's an inky pinkety. And it's a, an illegal knife in the barrio. An illegal knife in the barrio. It's an inky pinkety. Can anybody guess the answer to this inky pinkety? Can anybody guess the notion that makes it true and free? It's a kind of illegal knife in the barrio. Or, as some people call it, El Barrio. It's an illegal knife in El Barrio, and it's an inky pinkety. Oh, sí. Oh, sí, señor. We have many illegal knives in El Barrio. Really dig it, your pink.
It's not like a stiletto ghetto.
Boom. Cameron nails it.
Wow. I was thinking switchblade, then I was thinking butterfly, but stiletto's cool.
It's a ghetto stiletto.
Okay.
Boom. Bam. Excellent work.
And I don't think I'm good at any. Am I?
I mean, it's your fourth slot function. It's a conscious function for you. You can be perfectly good at it, or you may. It's like some of them you get, you think about for a while, you come to you. It's certainly a conscious function.
It's something I never go to. I would never like pick up a book or I would never try to do this stuff. It just comes along.
Yeah, and it shows you. It's like there are times when my SI can be great, right? I remember exactly what I need to remember, or I get a good night's sleep, or stuff like that. It's not like there's some magic to being an NE-DOM that only NE-DOMs can get these things. It's
Yeah.
just the difference is NE-DOMs will get most of them, right? And they'll get them sooner, probably, but not always. Well, see, that was the kind of tricky part of that clue. Was by saying the illegal knife, it maybe made you think of a general term for illegal knives rather than the specific kind of illegal knife. So I said in a repeat of it, a kind of illegal knife. Try to make it a little more fair. Yes, I did know that.
What high heels in watts?
That would also have worked as a clue.
Still I don't get it.
I thought about that after I gave the clue I gave, which was that I could also have done those high heel shoes, but I thought of that second. That's an excellent use of the Rachel hand over her face emoji. We got to make some more emojis. Add them to the thing. We'll have to take some more pictures of Rachel displaying emotions or whatever. Maybe even me, like this emotion.
I think, Mr. Bobby, where we're from, there's that connotation, even though definitionally you're probably correct there, I would think.
A window covering that's confident in its assertion. Um, uh, let's see. Pinky, pinky. A certain curtain.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, good job, guys. You beat me to it. I couldn't get there. I kept thinking shutter. I was trapped by my own shutters. Locked into a world where all window treatments are called shutters. Okay. We will make more of them. Okay, I'll do that. Let's see. Let's see. I'll think of some more.
What about naughty stimulant user?
A naughty stimulant user.
Yep.
Okay, is it Inky Pinky?
Okay, a naughty stimulant user, and it's Inky Pinky.
Okay.
Yeah. Naughty stimulant user, Inky Pinky.
All right. Let me think. Well, it could be either a sneaker tweaker.
Oh, Ruben already got it. Bam, Ruben, you get the quick award.
Addy Batty.
Yep, an Addy Baddy.
You know, I think sneaker tweaker works just as well.
You guys all win. I like baddie. I like a lot of English words, Australian words. They're just so cute. Like they're little pets. You know, the words they use are cute. I want to just pet those words right on the head like Planning Hill.
Yeah, I think sneaker tweaker works just as well, and they're both actually words. I don't think batty is a word really.
Oh, it's you go to England YouTube and whatever, like baddie's all over it.
Okay, that's fine. We don't need to play. We don't need to play Scrabble rules.
Then I won't have to flip the table.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up a word here. I think I've got a good one in mind, but I have to look up this word because I have to make sure I correctly know what it means. Okay. This is singular control over a splendid display. Singular control over a splendid display, and it's a It's an NKT. It's an NKTE PNKTE. It's 4-4. It's singular control over a splendid display. It's 4 syllables each. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's 3 syllables and 4 syllables. Okay. Nope. Not correct. The work of a theoretical physicist, ink pink. Um, I don't know. What were the clues? The clues were these. It was singular control over a splendid display. And it's a 3-4.
That one wasn't a Freud void. We need to come with clues for a Freud void, but
A Freud void?
the theoretical physicist thing, but that's not what he was.
That's a good one to come up with clues for. No, those don't rhyme. That math's not rhyme. The one I'm giving right now, I'm not entirely sure it really rhymes either. But it pretty much rhymes. So, I mean, I had to Google the word I was using, one of the two words I was using to find out what it meant. So, it's not that common a word. I knew it meant something like a splendid display, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't misdefine it because I wasn't sure exactly what it meant. So anyway, I'll just tell you, it's a panoply monopoly. Yeah, panoply monopoly. What does panoply mean? It means a complete or impressive collection of things, such as a deliciously inventive panoply of insults, or a splendid display, all the panoply of the Western religious liturgy. Synonyms or similar words are things like regalia. You might have a panoply of regalia.
That just sounds fabulous.
Who here has a panoply of regalia? Because, can I borrow it, please?
I have a panoply of Elton John regalia.
Have you been saying it wrong? Maybe I'm saying it wrong. It's spelled panoply. Panoply. Like that. How have you been saying it? Panoply? Have you been saying it panoply? Someone praised for crying. Uh, Yeah, I don't use it very much either. I think I'll use it more now though than I used to. Now that I've rediscovered it. Panoply. From now on, everything is always going to be like, hey, check out that panoply of whatever.
Hmm?
And people will be like, I'm not sure that really qualifies as a panoply. I mean, sure, it's a display, but is it really an impressive display? Like, when we went to the wedding for, if I had had this conversation before then, I said, oh my God, look at this panoply of cornhole. Really, there were only two of them. And then people would say, see, there you go again, Eric. Overusing panoply all the time. What the hell is that? It sounded like a dog, but I bet you that's not a dog. Is that a dog? It sounds like a dog, but I don't think it's a dog. I bet it's a coyote or something. I didn't get a flashlight. Is it still making that sound? This flashlight's not working. I get a different flashlight. Okay, I'm gonna go see what we got up here. Well, it's hard to say for sure, but I think that might have been a coyote I was hearing. Which makes me concerned for trouble. You should go inside, kitty. Go inside. Come on. Damn it. Trouble doesn't want to go inside. I tried to kick his butt in there. But he is weird when Cameron's here for some reason. He's just still half a wild cat, you know. You want to go look around here? Let's go look around here. Okay, we're exploring. It's colder in the backyard. Oh my God, it's so much colder in the backyard. It's like 10 degrees colder in the backyard than the front yard. It's crazy. It's too cold to be outside in the backyard. Well, I don't see anything. So, you get away this time, coyote. But you're going to have to stay away. Come on, Trouble. Come inside, Mr. Man. Come on. Well, let me turn on the outside lights for him.
You have any idea of what was going on out there?
I think it was a coyote. Wait, let me see what your clue is before you say it. I haven't seen this one. Let me look at it. Kind of self-talk where you really take yourself down a notch. Like, what is it? Inkity pinkity. Um, a deprecate speculate. Humbling mumbling. It's a great answer. Revile denials in the wrong number of syllables. That's a great joke, Oliver Line. It's a great joke. I like it a lot. What is it? Yeah, tell it what it is. I don't know. You got me fooled. Steven Spielberg adventure and a faraway place. Negation beration. That's fine. I'll go with beration. Okay, this is somebody who beats up. This is somebody who beats up um, gross living conditions. It's an inky pinky. Somebody who beats up gross living conditions. Oh, L.I. last, you gotta read it again. It's a great joke. It's such a great joke that people don't get it at first. Yeah, someone who beats up gross living conditions. Inky pinky. I am a little worried about trouble if there's a coyote around, but hopefully I scared it away. I guess I'll go check on him while you guys think about that. Trouble is staring intently over there at something. What are we looking at, Trouble? What are we looking at? I don't see what it is. What are we staring at out here? Sasquatch or what? Kind of an eerie night. Kind of a paranormal feeling night. Like, what in the world is Trouble staring at? He's just staring. And nothing as far as I can tell. Unless it's something spooky. Did anybody get mine? One that I gave a clue for? The answer, by the way, was squalor mauler. It's a squalor mauler. I got this weird, like, sounds I can hear off in the distance. And some other strange noises from over there. You know, who knows what happens out in the woods at night? Spooky things, maybe. I'll let you guys know if I ever come across any like Blair Witch shit. You know, the Sweetwater Mine was pretty spooky today too. What a spooky day. Rachel pulled the death card before we left, and there were multiple pulls of the Tower card. So, yeah, it was a pretty spooky day. Okay, this is forced servitude to asphalt. It's an inky pinkety. Forced servitude to asphalt. That's right, forced servitude to asphalt. That's what made the
Paved
joke
slave?
so really great. What's that?
Are we doing paved slave?
Close enough. It's actually pavement enslavement because it's inky pinkety, but yeah,
Fair enough.
you're on the right track there for sure. Ludafe nailed it. Nice job. A building under construction and a compass inkety pinkety. A project object? You're not stupid. You just got trapped by the trickiness of the joke. That's not an indictment of you. That's just credited to the joke. It almost caught me too. If I'd been on 3 less milligrams of speed, it would have gotten me. I'm sorry, 3 fewer milligrams. What is this world coming to? I think it's time for me to splash on a little bit of the old English leather. Aftershave. It makes me smell like a combination of England and leather. A building under construction. Did I get it right? A project object? Oh, it's due to launch for not this upcoming election, but it'll launch for the following one. I mean, you know, things have proceeded kind of according to a predictable timetable, you know. My parents dead. Now I have my own house and everything, and I could begin to turn my attention to other matters. There's enough time for me to settle in here and sort of get over the traumas of last year before I have to actually launch that in time for 2028. And we'll see what happens. I'm gonna do the best I can, and hopefully between now and then, the channel will grow some. Probably won't, but hopefully. You never know. I did much more shorts. A dude who beats up on fish who have both eyes on one side of their head. Inky Pinky. Okay. This is gonna be a flounder pounder. It's a flounder pounder. It's a very precise clue. Fog jog? I don't know what that has to do with groceries, though. Well, I still love you to be part of my team. And this is going to happen. The timing of everything has played out, so it'll play out perfectly. Cash dash. It's like it was meant to be. So it's like fog jog, fog hog, fog grog, fog blog, or is it drizzle? Then that wouldn't be ink pink. It's fog jog. Well, what does that have to do with groceries, though?
That sounds like some England stuff again, to call jog like to go shopping.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Well, I think it might be getting around near ending the stream time. I could go to bed here pretty soon, and I might want to watch a cartoon or two before I go to bed.
I think I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna go up and go to bed now myself.
All right, good night, Cameron.
Good night. Good night, folks at home.
Uh-oh. And then you had to get $19 change from him. You're welcome. It was my pleasure to stream, as always. Thank you for being here, everybody. I just thumbs up this stream. That's how much I approve of it. And something that happens after and fancy boots. Um, I don't know. That you got me with that one. Later, Gator. Okay. Later, Gator. That's a good one, New Groove. Way to end the stream.